Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I want to share a little anecdote with you. Two, actually, anecdotes. So here's the first anecdote. Some of you probably noticed that last night I was getting to be in a bit of a rush because I've gotten pretty good over the years at figuring out, where I'm at relative to where I need to be. And I could tell that I wasn't where I needed to be with regards to finishing the DLC, and that I was going to start running into dinner time, which I obviously did. So I was doing this thing that I do sometimes where I just jot down a quick note and then I flesh it out later off camera. Some of you have probably already seen the review document and noticed that I have spent some of my off-camera time fleshing out that document. So there's actually another asterisk on top of that, but I'll save that for later. All you need to know is that for right now, the score isn't this. It's actually this. Now, the second thing I wanted to talk about is how I actually woke up this morning with a bona fide migraine at 3 in the morning, actually, and then at 5, and then at 7, and then at 8. And so now I've done all the usual things that are possible for me to do that, but I guess for time, we break out the big guns. It's actually just sparkling water. But let's go with the illusion that it's vodka, okay? Yep. Hard vodka. I also have a question for you all. And this is a real question. I want people's real opinions on this. There are 11 side quests in this DLC. Should we do them? Sorry, I should say there are 10. We've already done one of them. Well, you saw the duel. And like it or not, the duel was something approaching an actual quest. Approaching an actual quest. And that's what got me thinking. I have a list, so we'll be able to find them and do them. And yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Monobrent. This is sort of... Normally, I would say let's just skip it. We kind of have that precedence at this point anyways. But the reality is, this is sort of a landmark game, because this is a game that is in the weight class to be the worst game we've ever reviewed. It is something that might qualify for the bottom. And something that's true is that when it comes to the games at the bottom and the top, I usually go out of my way to be a little bit more precise about the review side of things. And I know what you're thinking. Aren't you always precise? Yeah. But I also have that PFA, possible, feasible, reasonable. The PFA concept, which guides a lot of what I do. I'm willing to put up with a lot more outside the bounds of normal acceptability if it's a game that's significant in some way, like Dragon Age Inquisition, or a game that's in the running for the worst game possible. Well, that's a good question, Plutonia. Thank you, Finn, for the sub. As always, I will jot that down for Pokemon Violet, the 2D platformer block, and Jedi Fallen Order. I think I'll throw up a poll. I'll let you guys decide. We'll make it a nice long 10-minute poll, so that should last for most of the quest we're doing right now. Go ahead and make that for 10 minutes. And poll is up. Do me a favor and please vote. That's an interesting question, Blade Taval. which I'm not going to answer yet, if that's okay with you. Yeah, this is... Of course we're doing EverQuest in WoW. That's not a question. As I mentioned casually this morning, doing EverQuest in WoW is meat content. Unlike, say, no offense, doing EverQuest in Lotro, which is torture. Whatever you vote, it's your vote. It's your honest vote. Hello? I love quest marker design when the quest markers aren't designed. No, it's fine. Do not feel bad about voting for accuracy. I have, right in front of me, a real pain pill. So if I need to take that, and if we need to spend all day doing all the side quests, you know what? That's fine. We can start WoW tomorrow. At this point, we're committed. The mere fact that we didn't beat Starfield yesterday kind of locked things in for me mentally. Like, I am pissed that we didn't finish Starfield yesterday. But part of that's my fault. I did pause to play Mega Man for a second. And part of that is because of the fact that I am trying to be as accurate as possible. Because, again, this is at the bottom. You remember I talk about that concept of inches amongst miles? If I could repeat myself on that very, very briefly. If this game is 2 miles long, and this game is 2 miles and 3 inches long, and this game is 2 miles and 15 inches long, it doesn't really matter, right? Not until you get to the actual bottom and the top. Because at that point, when you get the stuff that's actually at the furthest ends of a particular curve, that's when those inches suddenly matter. Remember, under the previous system, Starfield and Secret of the Stars were less than 3 points away from each other on the golden number. Yeah, exactly. Photo finish matters when it comes to these kind of close races. So I don't mind being accurate here. Not really. Branching. Okay. I keep replaying that last moment with my father. Remember, we're trying to find the estranged son, which makes no sense. I keep replaying the last moment in my head. It's not even his words. It's the look of betrayal on his face. He responded with anger, but the blow I struck was deep. I told him I couldn't stand by and watch them destroy themselves, but I rejected everything he knew. Okay. Interesting. So there's the woman who plays our mother. That's actually, oh my god, that's going to bother me. It's Kira from Star Trek. You changed the outcome by measuring it. Which is funny for two reasons. It's a double joke. There's just a tomato here. Thank you, Von Falkenstein. Not a Visitor is one of the good actresses. Tim Russ, who voices our dad, is the second. And I can't think of his name, but the Oblivion guy who has one side quest voice acting deal. He's the third one. No, I do not, Judo Joker. Not at all. The odds of Cyberpunk, even with the changes and everything, somehow challenging Diablo 3, Mario Wonder, you know, StarCraft 2. I can't possibly believe that being a thing. Okay. Yes, I know, Sub-Zero. Every single character I just mentioned is a side character. So, functionally, the character that's in this one, gameplay, Judo Joker, is the only MSQ voice actor who's good in the entire game. Don't apologize. Vote accurately. Vote what you want. I'm not interested in me. I'm interested in you.
Vic's been busy if he got this much done. Nothing going on out here. How about you? Find anything?
Yeah, I could see Cyberpunk being pushed up into the 200s range. Absolutely. But, like, the 1,000 range? Nah. I I've said it before, I'm not sure any game can challenge that isn't named WoW. So Varric's not home, but this is his home.
Sounds like it's a waiting game then.
It seems I have uninvited guests. You want to explain yourselves?
Whoa, hey, it's me. Dang. Put the gun down already.
It's not you I'm concerned about. It's your friend.
Hi. I'm here to carry out your sentence as a traitor.
I wish I could say I was pleased to meet you, but something tells me this isn't a social call. Please, if you're here on my father's orders, allow me to plead my case.
Before you plead your case, let's pause the game for a second. Did you know that there are 2 new companions to this DLC? One of them is the guy behind us, the guy with the kind of trucker accent, but the other one is the woman we murdered during the hostage quest. By the way, you can also kill the guy behind us on this quest, depending on what path you take. I have nothing to add to that. I just thought I'd share that both optional companions can be killed before they can even join you. Moving on.
I am not sure how familiar you are with our culture, but all I've ever wanted was the right to choose. I was born House Vithal. I was raised to inherit the role of elder, to run the Ministry of State, to worship the Great Serpent. But I want none of it.
Okay, cool.
With House Vithal? Easier said than done.
It's never mattered how much I tried to reason with him. My father simply would not let me go. His pride and the fear of what it would mean for House Vithal is all he cares about.
I mean, actually having a real set of parents makes a world of difference.
You sound as if you speak from experience. I envy you.
They are some of the best characters in the game.
Sometimes I would give anything for a supportive word from my father. All I want is to make my own life. Something Tane understood and was willing to help me with.
The credits help too, but yeah, guess you got the whole scoop now.
That's the tracker.
Yeah, I needed a way to find him once he got outside the city. I lost my ship to the incident, so I didn't want Varric running off thinking I could just grab him and go. I was also out all the credits he was gonna pay me. That's where you came in. I figured, why not 2 for the price of 1? I didn't realize it was gonna turn into a whole thing.
So, now you know my true intentions for leaving, and given the circumstances, I may be here for some time. My hope now is to make the best of it here.
You're literally in walking distance of your capital city. I know there's some MMO scale going on, but you are literally in walking distance. Why now?
I suppose I owe you that much. The truth is, the scaled citadel was the last straw. My people are so blinded by faith and politics, they don't see how it's destroying us.
No real life stuff.
Varun eliminated half our population in the blink of an eye. My sister Vashti among them. I could no longer live in a society that won't put its people first. That would destroy itself in the name of a god that has done nothing for us.
Again, no real life stuff. Such heresy. I'll never understand religion. Yeah, sure, whatever.
I understand that some people need faith as guidance, but Varun's society takes it too far. I hope you can see why I want to walk away from all this. To start my own life. I ask that you give me that chance.
Thanks, obey the nut. Alright, you're free to go. I like how I have to... Okay, what the hell? So I can either try to talk him to go home, kill him, or demand a bribe, and there's no other option.
Anything. Name it. My ring. Vashti gave it to me. It's all I have left of her since the cataclysm. The disaster took every physical reminder of her except for this ring. Just wiped her from existence.
Uh-huh.
true. It's as if she's looking out for me. One last time. Take it. I'll find solace in the fact that the ring will remain with my family. And now I hope we are done here. Thank you for seeing reason. I owe you both my life and freedom.
Uh-huh.
Now that's over with. I'm gonna hang back here, talk to Varric a bit. Besides, I don't want to be around when you break the news to Victor. Do me a favor and find me at the Herald's Rest when you're done.
Sure. The vote is in. Doing the side quests. There is no hope. Abandon everything. So Judah Joker asks, what would it take for a game like Cyberpunk, which is functionally a BRPG, to score at the top end? And I've been thinking about that for a bit. And then I shoot him. No, so what it would probably take is for every single individual side quest to be manually crafted, well done on a story axis, have interesting and developed characters, and be fun from a gameplay angle. As in, I want every single side quest to be something that's interesting and engaging, fun, unique, uses new mechanics, has variety to it, all of them. Yes, I know there's several hundred, but that is what it would take in order for Cyberpunk to be that good. Every single aspect of Cyberpunk would need to nail it, and it would need to nail it consistently. One of the biggest reasons why StarCraft 2 is at the absolute top of the list is because of the fact that it retains quality across a 60-hour game, which is extremely unlikely. That doesn't happen in general. Almost every game out there, especially the longer ones, drop off to some extent or another at some point or another. Usually on one axis or the other, but sometimes in both. If you remember, the Cyberpunk review, that was at Vanilla, actually scored quite well on the story axis and was a net negative on the gameplay axis. Something like that can't, by definition, retain quality, and therefore would not even be possible to reach those upper heights. And yeah, there's other things. The gunplay would have to be substantially changed. The skills would have to be substantially changed. The encounter design would have to be different. The enemy design would have to be different. The boss design would have to be different. If it made me laugh? Maybe, Yura? The build concept, there would have to be good build options. There would have to be good respec options. There would have to be a New Game Plus. Yeah, Diablo 3 has 21 build positives. And honestly, every now and again I go back and I think that that's not enough.
Remain ever vigilant.
So that's the kind of thing that would take for an RPG, really, any RPG, to actually hit those kind of heights.
Is it done?
I killed your son.
You're back. What news do you bring?
I just told you, I killed your son. Here you go.
What have you done, Varric?
This blood is on your hands, Victor. I hope you remember this.
You and Luther act surprised, but you both knew this was coming.
And I also told you to spare him.
No, it was Varric's choice. He knew the consequences.
You were his father. You were supposed to protect him. You think you are doing what is right out of some blind dedication, but you are destroying this house. You already lost one child. You had to murder the other.
Victoria!
I will not hear any more of this. It is done. Leave us.
Oh, I am leaving to mourn my nephew whose memory you disgrace with your very presence.
Victoria!
Leave her be, Luther. The Great Serpent will guide her. She will understand in time and emerge stronger for it.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Indeed it does. Now, only one matter remains to discuss. Did you find anyone who aided my son in his treachery?
No.
Good. Unfortunately, I have heard ramblings among the people of Varric's disappearance. Wardens are dealing with the matter as we speak. But you restored order to this house and have my gratitude. Here, the access code that Ekris needs to connect to the power grid. Now go. I have much to arrange.
Thank you for helping me to assist you with ensuring that you don't starve.
I would allow Vittoria her space if I were you.
Jesus Christ. I do, Loner. The question remains as how bad it'll be. So, I was going to talk about it later, Mephis, but since several people have asked, most of those negatives are for the vanilla game. That's the summary. I'll explain in more detail later. I should be saving so I don't crash again.
It is unfortunate. Anasco's research team rejected Sahima's theories. Did Victor finally relinquish the access code?
Uh-huh.
Excellent. We'll finally have the resources to fully charge the morning device. Now, give me a moment to set up the grid.
If it is a morning. Well, I can't move. I can't move!
Inputting the access code. Routing power.
You don't have to say these lines out loud, you know.
It is done.
This is not Star Trek.
Vindicator, will you do us the honor?
Oh, absolutely, Judo Joker. So, I have to share a little anecdote. Now, this is not necessarily a very indicative piece of information, but it's still funny. There's this thing that Steam does where it tracks how many percentage of players that own a game have completed an achievement of that same game. Steam also likes to do progression achievements. Now, I know some people speak against those. I happen to be extremely in favor of progression achievements because it's a really good way to gauge how far into a given game how many of your players get. I said that in the wrong order, but you get the idea, right? You know, like 80% complete the intro, 60% complete chapter 1, 50% keep chapter 2, etc., right? For a bit of perspective, and I was just looking at this last night, about 74% of players have actually beaten Starfield. That's extremely high. Or no, I'm sorry, 41% of players. I misread that, that's my bad. 41% of players have completed Starfield. That's still actually above average. 74% would be crazy. Now, how many people do you think have completed the very first quest of the Shattered Space DLC? %? Okay. More. Yeah. Because it's literally the opening quest. It's the thing we did on the space station, right? It's just getting to this planet. 40%? That's pretty high. Yep. The answer is 2.9. Each of the major quests we've been doing has their own achievement attached to them. Again, progression achievements. They go in order: 2.9, 2.3, 1.7, 1.6, 1.4, 1.4. Now, that's terrible. There's no getting around that. That is absolutely terrible. Yeah, it says a lot just by itself. I could dig into the statistics of that and what that means, but I don't really need to, do I? 2.9% of players beat the opening quest of this DLC. And I'm one of them.
All personnel to stations. Clear the platform.
Activating
Aren't we
power
on the
grid
platform?
interlink.
Powering grav drive.
Field projector, standing by.
Extending stabilizers.
Grav field, stable.
Are you still doing things? Is anything happening?
Capacitors fully charged.
It's
All
Guys.
stations reporting. Ready to proceed with targeting.
Oh, I have to do it? Okay, sure.
Targeting system engaged.
Calibrating lens array.
Adjusting counterweights.
Locking axial tilt. Device is in position.
It's time. On your mark.
Mark! Punch it!
Fire.
His fangs shall pierce the shell of the world.
Focus.
Beam on target.
Power
Compensating
draw
for
exceeding
recoil.
capacity.
It is working. Steady.
Attempting to stabilize
Detecting
voltage.
graviton flux.
Fluctuations in the grav field.
Hold. Hold! We cannot fail the speaker now.
Rerouting power.
Burning out.
Enough! Shut it down!
Cutting power.
Grav drive, cycling down.
Turning to 0 point.
You know, I could tell you what they're doing, Meat Fist, but I couldn't tell you really why anybody cares.
Shutdown complete.
I know that sounds strange, but I really don't understand why anybody cares about what's happening here.
Well done, all. Well done. We have done all we can. I am sure the Council is waiting to speak with you.
Like... And? I'm sorry. So let me explain here a little bit. So, once upon a time, there was a crazy bunch of cultists. And they were like, hey, there's this great serpent, and this great serpent's going to eat the world, and that's cool. And so we want to worship that great serpent because we get to enjoy the world after it's eaten everyone else before it eats us. This is not a joke. This is their actual belief system. This is Scientology 101 here. Anyways, so one of their people decided to create no real life. One of their people decided to do a scientific experiment over the course of quite a while, actually, getting to the resources and data and all that stuff to do this thing to shift them into another dimension in order to access the serpent. Because they were like, why hasn't it done it? Why hasn't he eaten the galaxy yet? I'm so confused. So we're gonna try trans-dimensional shifting and see if we can find the great serpent. Yeah, this is the leopard problem. The leopard's not gonna eat my face off. Yeah. So, okay, sure, no problem. The experiment goes wrong, as experiments are wont to do, and it creates this kind of pseudo-shifted bubble thing over there and at the dam, and it causes this massive explosion, which devastates the area and wipes out half of the city. So now the city is on the verge of death and starvation, and has been for a week. So what they want to do is they want to pierce that bubble and get back into the middle there. Now, hang on. How will that fix anything? The problem here is that half the city was obliterated. So, do they imagine that getting back into the bubble will restore the city? Like, they haven't actually said this. Nobody has said what we're actually, why we're actually trying to accomplish this. You can actually see the crater there. It's this giant thing. Can you see? I don't know if you can see my mouse. You can see my mouse. Okay. So this is the crater. This used to be the other half of the city. And maybe their food stores are over here and not in the dozens of farms out here we've been running around doing quests at. That's not a joke, by the way. There's some over here, too. There's the dam. Yep. Oh, there's one over here. One over here. So why do we care? Remember, these people have been in a starvation situation for about a week. I talked about that. They've already been on rationing. They have people who are actually malnutrition to the point of starvation. So they need to be bringing in some kind of new food sources quickly. how is this going to fix anything? Anyways. Do I actually care? Yeah, that's the other thing. Why are we here?
It is done.
I was not certain this would work, but it seems the serpent has blessed us.
Wait, what? It worked?
You have always lacked faith, Dulkev.
One could argue that faith got us into this mess in the first place.
But
enough. It is time for action, not bickering.
Agreed. We must secure the Citadel. Send in everyone.
Are you mad? We have no idea how stable this is. No idea what is happening inside.
yeah, whatever we have to do, we must do it quickly.
I cannot argue with that. Committing a large force is impossible. There have been reports of increased zealot activity, no doubt in response to what we have been doing here.
It would be unwise to leave Dazra even more vulnerable than it already is.
And, to be candid, we have no idea what will happen to anyone entering the Citadel. We must minimize the potential risk.
Why are you looking at me like that?
It is only fitting that it should be you.
But, oh my god.
Really? I do not doubt our newest member's conviction, but...
What else can we do? He is the only one who can communicate with Anasco. Save as much as you can. Save it all, if possible, but the Speaker must be your priority.
You're joking.
Do whatever it takes to bring Anasco back to us.
I'm sorry. You want me to go in there and save your high priest?
Indeed. And your service will be remembered, no matter what. We will speak again soon, I hope.
I gave up on that blade till the moment I did a murder spree in the middle of town, and the character I did it around gave me a stern talking to for doing it. That's a real thing that really happened if you weren't there for it. She didn't even leave my party, by the way. Just like, I cannot condone the fact that you're butchering people in the streets. Let's keep going. I learned my lesson, ironically. I really did stop murdering people. Because it was just like, okay. Now kneel on these stairs until someone shows up. Oh, Crazy Horse, it's even better than you think. I woke up today with a migraine. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna spoil something for you. I actually spoiled the ending of this particular DLC for myself, mostly because I was looking up the aforementioned side quests and I was trying to figure out what I missed and what was left. There are 2 endings to this DLC. Now I'm gonna tell you both of them right now. One of them is actually a variant ending. You could put one of the houses in charge and have them arise as the new lords and masters of the House of Rune. I have no idea why I care, but yeah, we can do that. Now, that doesn't sound like a great option. So you're probably thinking, well, what's the other option? The other option is we could tell them they need to restart the Serpent Crusade. Now, you probably don't know what that is if you haven't been paying attention to the lore of this game. And I don't blame you if you haven't. But you probably need... Everything you need to know about that is probably conveyed by the word crusade. What is this music choice? Why is this the music as we're walking up the horrible death crater of what's left of these people? Amusingly enough, I actually agree. Sending them off on a crusade would probably end with them all dying. because they have nothing. However, you have to remember this is the setting in which Earth is so lost as to be the point of myth and legend, despite the fact that they have regular FTL-capable settlements on Mars, and they only lost Earth like 80 years ago. This is the setting in which a massive interstellar war was fought between two superpowers, one of whom lives in a shanty town, and the other one lives in, like, the Fako land. I don't even know what to call that place. Disneyland. Yeah, UN. There we go. UN City. I like that. I mean, my brother-in-law and I were talking about this game last night because, I'm going to be very honest about this, I desperately needed to rant about this game to somebody. So I was regaling the family over dinner with tales of exactly what I've been doing over the course of yesterday. It's really worth telling that my wonderful niece, my eldest niece, who isn't much of a gamer herself but has played plenty of video games, was gobsmacked by the things I was telling her about this game. But my brother-in-law made a comment. If this was a parody, a deliberate parody, a lot of this would make a lot more sense. Really think about that for a second. Because it's true, isn't it? So many of the things about this game would make so much more sense if this was just a joke game. As in a deliberate joke game, right?
You're really here. Oh, I feared what I saw. That connection we made was yet another vision. This is real, is it not?
Yep, I'm here.
I knew the serpent would deliver me from this nightmare, that there must be some way out. Every time I have attempted to leave this place, I find myself lost, wandering, unable to see. There is nothing out there. Tell me, what of Dazra? The people of House Faroon? I have had terrible visions, a dreadful sense of loss.
Yeah, most of the city is gone. Whatever you did here ruined everything.
I saw things, figments of guilt, I had hoped. But in my heart, I knew them to be reality. You must believe me. We meant none of this. All of the research, the calculations, we thought we could contain it. I only ever wanted to help, to improve, to elevate House Faroon.
Yeah. Can we focus on shutting the thing down and we'll focus on your guilt later?
Shut it down? No, we cannot do that.
Why not?
The chain reaction that started, it is self-sustaining. We tried everything. We had hoped we could complete the experiment, but then the vortex interlock burned out. You have one, don't you? I can feel the power from here. Then the serpent truly has sent you to us.
Uh-huh.
I wish I could guarantee your safety, but I am graced by the serpent and have retained my faculties. So many of my people were not as fortunate. You will have no choice but to deal with them. The reactor level is below us. Bring the interlock there. We will need it if we wish to see this through.
Okay. Final dungeon time. And then we'll do side quests. See, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, Master Man, but then again, I've never reviewed Skyrim. And my Fallout 4, my review of Fallout 4 was not very kind, so maybe? I don't know. I mean, this is a setting in which I literally have magic powers, because I can cross dimensions so well. Yeah, Fallout 4... hello?
I'll lead the charge.
Why? Where are my powers suddenly not working? There we go. Oh god. Yeah, Morrowind... I've said for years I don't think Morrowind is going to review well, but who knows? I can't know until I'm there. That's why I'm trying not to comment on this game versus previous games, because I haven't reviewed Fallout 4 under the modern terminology. I haven't reviewed Skyrim. I haven't reviewed Morrowind. I haven't reviewed Fallout 76. The only game I have reviewed is Oblivion. I also haven't reviewed Fallout 3. I have an interesting challenge for everybody in chat right now. Can you name 3 memorable characters from this DLC?
I see a break in this. I heard a disturbance.
He's just spawning? I can actually name 3 memorable characters from the entire game. If I really work at it, I could come up with not names for a few characters past that. There's our mother, there's our father, and there's the fan. The adoring fan. There's your 3. If I go down to individual like descriptions rather than character names, I come up with a couple more. No, they're not in the expansion. I'm sort of expanding on my point here. Oh, I'm sorry, Chrysanos. I'll update that tonight. Yeah, by the way, you're probably asking, hang on, you just said you can name a character. Yeah, our mother's character name is Mother. Or Our Mother. Let's see. Other characters. There's Evil Guy. Remember him? That's the guy voiced by the guy from Oblivion. There's Moron Face. He was in charge of the pirate group. He was actually really weirded out that we betrayed him for some stupid reason and insisted that we were a hardened criminal because we broke into someone's terminal once. Let's see. And then more. Did we romance someone? This is a real question. I legitimately do not recall. Wow, we can cut the pins with a knife. Yeah, I'm gonna stop doing that. That's right, we were trying to arrest the romance what's-her-face from the beginning. Okay. What? Okay. Now, the same argument can be leveled at several Bethesda games, to be very clear about that. But just to challenge myself, let's come up with memorable characters from the only Bethesda game I have reviewed, which is Oblivion. So, any memorable characters in Oblivion. Now I'm going to shush. I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Yeah, Lucian's kind of a gimme. So, yeah, Lucian. Sheogorath. Yep, yep.
Catastrophic.
Ironically, the adoring fan. Feels like cheating, but no, it's there.
No longer serve House Varun.
Martin, yeah. And the Emperor. Despite having such little screen time, the Emperor was actually pretty memorable. Seaweed wine. Hints of umami and salt. Gross. I would agree with Baros. I mean, then pay with your blood! Is a meme so prolific, my niece knows about it, and she's never played Oblivion, or any Bethesda game.
Processors failing. Damage.
Like, she used to run around saying, "Stop! You violated the law!"
Shut down.
As part of a game. Like, just, yeah. Oh yeah, the Count of Skingrad. I can't think of his name, though. My God, really? Okay, fine. Yes, WoW is next. It's supposed to be today.
Overrun. Lockdown.
The suicidal guy we push off the ledge in Shivering Isles. Oh. It's okay, he didn't commit suicide, so he's fine.
Repair impossible. System.
Also, both the Count and Countess from Shivering Isles.
Repair impossible. System damage. Function. All systems. Initiating shutdown.
Oh God, I can't think of his name. What's the butler in Shivering Isles? Haskell. That's him. Haskell. Yeah, I was trying not to go down the easy path and just say the entire Dark Brotherhood, because, yeah, that's true in Skyrim, too. The Dark Brotherhood in both Oblivion and Skyrim is some of the more memorable characters, my opinion. Like, so, to twist this a little bit, memorable characters from Skyrim. Not about you, but it's a huge shift down in terms of memorable characters. There's the Dark Brotherhood, I just mentioned them, and there are several there. There's the crazy jester guy. There's the child vampire. Ulfric is, like it or not, memorable. I will give him that. I would also mention I can't remember how to pronounce his name. Arkanath or something like that. The guy voiced by Mario. Cicero. That was the jester guy. Parthenax. I was close. Parthenax. Lydia. I don't think Lydia is actually memorable, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. The only reason Lydia is memorable is because she has a single line that was so bad, it was one of the first mods the game has, was to make her stop saying it. Like, that was before the mod kit was released. People had already edited out that line of her dialogue.
As I said, a new vortex interlock is needed. The reactor must be stabilized before we can proceed. We did not anticipate that we might have erred in our recreation of the vortex interlock, or that we could overload it.
Right. I'll actually give you Tullius.
Finally, it is time.
By the way, we still don't know what the blue stuff is.
Come, see what you have helped to save.
What?
With all that has gone wrong, all we have sacrificed, I confess I had lost hope. I grew up hearing stories of my grandfather's communion with the Great Serpent, the immense responsibility he was given to create and guide House Varun. By the time I became Speaker and inherited that responsibility, so much had changed. The once proud glory of House Varun was diminished. We had lost our way, and I alone could not discern a path forward. I required the Great Serpent's guidance once more.
I was going to say the same thing, Man Overlord.
I set out to find him.
So it doesn't look like a Voigt.
At first, I thought so too, and I despaired. I learned that my grandfather had attempted something similar. I found reassurance in that idea that he, too, sought additional instruction from the Serpent. And over time, I began to see that the Great Serpent had indeed left a path for me, hidden amongst the experimental failures and setbacks. This vortex, the place between places, and the energy it holds, could be harnessed, refined, directed.
So your god wanted you to destroy your city?
No. An unfortunate consequence of simple beings grappling with divine power, A mistake that will not be repeated, I assure you. Utilizing the vortex energy, we have learned that we can create powerful warriors.
Oh my god.
Capable of teleporting vast distances in an instant. The brave volunteers in this room await the chance to be the first wave of soldiers, loyal to the Great Serpent and our cause. House Varun can project force on a scale unimaginable in the history of the human race.
Hold up. Have you ever heard of history before? Oh wait, of course you haven't. You lost Earth after a century. But, I'm sorry. No. You want to talk about scale and scope, maybe read a book sometime.
Dinan Varun's mandate can be fulfilled. The Serpent's crusade can begin anew.
You know what? Hold up. Let's do human. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 12. What's 12 times 8? And then 6, 12, 18. 28, 9, 31, 2, 3, 4. So it's 34. They did lose the First Crusade. So 96 plus 34. And we'll be generous and say there's another 32 down there. So it's actually 96, 98, 128, 132, 162. So that's about 162 soldiers visible in this room. So unless he's got a whole lot more, that's barely a company of troops. Now, I know they can teleport and all that, but that's your grand army to conquer the galaxy and wipe out everyone.
Despite all that has happened, their life support system has remained stable. Just one more sign from the Great Serpent that we are following his will. And now, the glorious honor falls to you, my faithful servant. Activate the pods, carry out the Serpent's will, and begin House Varun's triumph!
Yes, mage, comma. I was going to show off character creation, period. So, no, I did not, Sub-Zero. I haven't actually cheated today. Yeah, so let's grab a save here, for no reason. So our options are release the phantoms or terminate the life support. We can also talk to him. I don't feel like talking to him. So let's kill all these people.
What have you done? You've killed them all!
Yeah.
You think you can override the will of the Great Serpent?
Yeah.
You pledged yourself to House Varun, but you are like all the rest. Weak of will, short of sight, a betrayer.
Yeah.
And in the end, you have changed nothing. There will always be one more willing to serve, and once I have restored the Citadel, I will find them and send them out into the settled systems.
Okay.
Zealots! Of course they would attempt to poison this, as they do all things. They will not stop me. The work will be completed now!
Yes,
Come,
sir, buddy.
all of you, ascend the Citadel, or squabble amongst yourselves. I will await you at the pinnacle.
On On my way. In the rear with the gear. So, like, is there another half of this stupid dungeon? Is that what's about to be true? Also, you like the music for the what is effectively the final dungeon? It's heart-pounding, one might say. What's funny is there's actually 3 factions that are all zealots.
Forward! Reclaim the Citadel! Heeded! Restore the true judgment! No!
Goodbye.
You thought you could hide?
Strike off from it! This is our hour!
The restoration is at hand! The Citadel will be ours!
Why are you fighting over this place? Do you even know why you're fighting? You know what? I don't even care.
Sword never on
I am promised!
You better serve the chariot.
Final dungeon. Nice place. I feel like it's trying to tell me something. Ah. Why would we need to fight to progress over that, Overlord? As much as I dislike the Red Room concept, and I do, Bethesda has never... What the hell is that? Bethesda has never figured out how to do a Red Room. Oh, right, those are the mechs they used to defeat Varun. That makes sense. This is your memorial. This is all the people who died in your crusade. Have you people ever even heard of Scale? No, of course not. I don't know why I'm asking that. Sorry, apparently I need to explain what a red room is. The term comes from Devil May Cry, but it's actually pretty common in a lot of different games. The idea is, as you're progressing, I walk up, and all of a sudden this door goes boing, and there's like a red barrier in front of it. And now I have to defeat all the enemies in the room in order to progress. The concept goes all the way back to the original beat-em-ups. Back in Renegade, or the original Double Dragon. You have to beat all the enemies to progress. So it's a very, very, very old concept. It goes back to the 80s. But like I said, Bethesda never quite figured that one out. And yeah, that looks like a trilobite. And that looks like a Courier or Chasmophobia warning. Trypophobia, whatever it is. Holes be bad, yo. Trilobites fought in the Great Crusade. That makes sense. There's no sense anything else going on around here. But yeah, the experience here isn't worth it. They don't drop anything worthy of note. And they take too long to kill. So, I want to stress that it probably sounds like I'm disrespecting this final dungeon by just running through it. But I legitimately see no real purpose or benefit in actually trying to fight all this crap. So I'm not going to.
From this endless void.
That guy's level 6.
How is there? I see nothing.
Okay, there's a glass wall. Alright, whatever. Agreed on both points, Masker Man. I was actually really excited for a brand new IP. Really. The fool that I was. Of course it does. Go ahead. Go ahead. I would say better. Debatable. Hi. Hi. So, to defend myself slightly, in the lead up to Starfield, something that we were continuously told was that this is an ear grub. Gross. Something we were continuously told was that this was the setting they'd been wanting to make since basically like the early aughts. I myself commented that Todd Howard actually pitched this game all the way back in like 2000. And nobody bought it because it was originally supposed to be a Star Trek game. And back in 2000, Star Trek was still riding a high, so they couldn't secure the rights. So that didn't happen, right? So Todd and several of the main creators had been quietly building this setting in the background over the last, I guess it would have been like 11, 12 years, something like that, while they were working on other stuff. But hang on, another little data point here for you. One of the big things that I have always sort of presumed is that they just don't care about Elder Scrolls anymore. And they never cared about Fallout. Like, Elder Scrolls, they kind of moved on from in several ways. And, Walker. And Fallout was something essentially hoisted onto them. So, with those two data points, I assumed that we would see the passion and the drive and the care put into their own unique system. Their setting. The thing they wanted to make. By every account, by every interview, by every piece of information I could find, and I did my research on this, they were super excited about making this brand new IP, and I was like, yes! Brand new IP! Actually give a crap. Because, generally speaking, when you actually give a crap about something and you put out a passion work, there's really only one of two outcomes. And this is definitely one of them.
Despite your attempts to meddle, you have nonetheless served your part in the Serpent's plan. Neither you nor the Zealots will disrupt our achievement now. The gate will cycle one more time, shifting the Citadel into the vortex. You and those bothersome Zealots trapped inside will be cast into the void forever. And I will carry on the crusade myself.
You're a monster.
No, I speak for the Great Serpent. I carry out his will.
This is just a theme this year. Don't summon demons. God.
The beast has taken our brother.
I love fighting teleporting mobs. One of my favorite things to do, honestly.
For the dead!
Okay, now this is a boss fight. So I have to be very careful. Bethesda knows how to design boss fights. It's something they're known for. So hang on. Let me kill a couple of the ads here. Okay, now let's go kill the boss. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Okay, now I'm gonna have to use all my tactical acumen and skill in order to be able to defeat this boss. Where is he? Did I lose him? Is he dead?
I am the
Nope, there it is. Die, boss. Get out of the way, please. Thank you. Okay, that's the most difficult possible encounter it could ever be.
Traitors! Defilers!
He's throwing grenades. He's throwing grenades. It's really funny.
We must retreat!
there's the boss again. Okay, I got this. Most difficult boss in the known history of the universe. Hang on. Okay, he's gone. Alright, so where was I? Let's see. Hit overload to yes. Oh, excuse me. By the way, you're probably thinking, oh, Lord, this isn't fair. You've got God mode on. Actually, I don't. I have no cheats on right now.
I shall not fail you!
That's actually a really good question, Plutonia, but honestly, a dialogue boss is the easy answer to that. Oh, I see what's going on. It's...
What are you doing? Would you destroy us all?
It's not exactly a great example of the concept, but President Eden from Fallout 3, right? Just do that, but better.
Be advised, this is now a combat zone. Enemy made penitent. Ranged attack. Critical within system damage. Please save. Shutting down. This unit can...
Ignore the abominations. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing to be afraid of. Really. Shaking of the camera is doing more of a job to make me die here than anything else is.
You are
disorienting as hell. Technically, no, Matt Overlord, but I'll explain in a minute. You like this final boss music, by the way? This is the music that plays for the final boss encounter. Just really think about that for a second.
You utter fool! What have you done? The entire citadel will be dragged into the vortex! You have doomed us all!
There's a lot of enemies on my screen.
Let the void flatten the heritage! Find cover and hit his ground!
Do not give me turret!
No. Okay. Where do you want me to go, game? Kinda hard to tell anything right now. And that's expanding. Huh. For real, where do you want me to go, game? Oh, here we go. Okay, I can accept that. Good morning, off the deep end. Ah.
My mind is...
No! No! You shall not escape!
Bye. So we don't actually know what the void is. Or why it's dangerous, or really anything. Whole DLC, we still don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I know some people are like, you shouldn't explain the unknown, but this is a little different, I think. Because this isn't really Eldritch. And this stopped being a horror story after literally the first quest. Which is a shame. Some of you may remember, I gave positives. Plural. For the first quest. And I stand by those.
To me!
But no. We can't have good stuff. Hang on, I gotta walk out of this the collapsing void realm because I'm out of breath.
Traitor! Pay attention! You shall share our fate!
You know that's true, Logue. We could have joined with the Void, crafted a new crusade.
Slowly. You have been through a lot.
Huh?
I cannot believe it. The Citadel is gone. There is no sign of Anasco. You failed. You brought us no scrap of hope for the future.
Yeah, it's called trading food with your neighbors, you idiot.
Then I suppose you are fortunate.
No one standing in this room right now is fortunate. We have no speaker, no citadel. Where is Anasco?
The Void. Ensuring his safety meant overloading the experiment. Everything inside the Citadel was lost.
Then truly, we are lost. Without Anasco, there is no speaker. There is no way forward.
Perhaps. Or perhaps we acknowledge a simple truth. We are currently the government. We decide what happens from here.
You would dare speak of treason? Heresy!
Really?
I speak of survival.
Please, calm down, both of you.
This is not a time to be calm or sit idly by. This is a time for action. We, the three of us, are the High Council. All of House Varun looks to us for guidance. We should provide it.
She's got a point.
Yes, Jamal is right. We would have to name a new speaker.
Do you have to?
Malabor, you cannot possibly be considering this madness. We do not have that kind of authority. It is not within our power.
But Lovek, it can be. We can decide that right here, right now. We can carve a path forward for House Varun. Or else, we can sit by and watch all that we have built crumble around us.
And what assurance do I have that the two of you are not just looking to usurp power for yourselves?
Then we let the Vindicator decide. And we have a herald here as witness.
Her.
Then so it shall be. House Varun moves forward from this crisis and continues to serve the Great Serpent.
All must serve.
Before you adjourn, is there not one matter more to address?
I do not understand. To what do you refer?
To the matter of the Serpent's crusade, of course.
Oh my god.
The Vindicator knows of what I speak.
I don't understand. The crusade was ages ago. What does that have to do with any of this?
Explain the meaning of this at once.
Real quick. Thank you, Hourglass. Worst game of the decade. I don't know, man. Hourglass, as usual, if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Anaska believed the Great Serpent was instructing him to do the Great Crusade.
After all this time, and we knew nothing of this. The Council was never consulted.
To be fair, it has never been necessary for the Speaker to consult the Council. It is his decision to make.
There is nothing more to discuss. If the speaker calls for crusade, then we answer.
I can assure you all that he did indeed believe in it.
Then House Vethal agrees. The crusade begins. What does House Dulkef say?
I have no wish to defy the speaker, but he is no longer here. The Varun people need time. House Dulkef declines.
No, I should have expected as much. And what does House Kadik say?
Both of my colleagues have made valid points. The matter is complicated.
No, it isn't.
I believe that for the moment, House Kadik abstains.
So, one vote for, one against. And what about you? Should we take up the sword and fight for House Varun, or continue to cower here and pity ourselves?
Why is this a choice? I vote against the Crusade. Mostly because, like, in a good game, this would be voting them off to die. But it's not, so no.
So be it.
And with all of this out of the way, we will take our leave. You have been through a great deal and deserve a chance to rest. The home, of course, is yours.
Oh, goody.
You deserve a place among us after everything. Know that House Varun is eternally grateful for all that you have done, and that the Great Serpent will one day grant you a place by his side.
So, you remember how everyone was wondering if they would actually answer whether or not the Great Serpent exists in this game? The answer is, nope, they never answer it. Cool. Do I care? That's an interesting question. That was tiring. But you voted for us to do side quests. Okay, so we need... Hang on, I gotta make sure. I've got a list of all the side quests. There actually aren't that many. So we should be able to do this relatively quickly. Let's wrap up the duel really quick, just to get that out of our log. Listen, I can name plenty of games where the side quests are the meat of the game, including the one we're about to play. No, we joined Hourglass. See, we were on a space station responding to a distress call, and then we were here, and then they said, would you like to join our cult? And we said, sure. How? Yeah, they also believed in us, apparently, because signs and zealots.
Proceed.
What's really funny, I can actually name a fairly large number of games where the side quests are the meat of the game. Especially RPGs.
It is done. May Amilas... Yes.
What have you done?
Try?
And yeah, this is true in most Bethesda games, too.
Do not get to make...
Enough! Danica.
This is insane.
You. The duel was... Your duty is... It is time for...
Okay, side quest is gone.
Borehole will not show it, but Amila's death will damage him. You could have stopped this.
Wow. She wasn't essential. He's like, oh, there he is. Hey, what's up? Well, he's not essential either. Holy crap. Someone noticed, though. Someone detected our crime somehow. Oh. Yeah, no, even in this game, the majority of the positives we've given to this game are for side quests.
Death will damage him. You could have stopped this.
And I mean, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3. Main plot has never been Bethesda's strong suit.
I am hoping House Kadik relaxes the...
They never actually said that which wants to sleep.
It will boost
Like,
the
literally, they never said.
overall.
I am no economist, but do they not need those
I mean, fleshing out characters is for losers, obviously.
All must serve.
Oh, hello.
Thank you for stopping to talk to me. My name is Lijana Dulkev. Normally, I would ask how I can help you, but under the circumstances, I am the one who needs help. I oversee the delivery of goods to those living outside the city. Unfortunately, I lost one of my couriers to the recent catastrophe. I have sought a replacement, but extra hands are in desperately short supply.
And now the deliveries are piling up.
I see that you understand. I wouldn't normally seek help from someone I don't know. However, I am not above admitting my situation. The truth is, this is about more than just a business transaction. It is very important to me that someone makes these deliveries as soon as possible.
Okay.
The delay has been too long already.
No, that's supposed to be
If the
okay.
situation is
I
not
said okay. I said okay! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! I'll do the job!
Here are the packages.
God damn it!
Is for Alikja Dalka,
What was that?
at a nearby growth farm. Another is for Firan Nostal, who is working on some repairs at Hamadi Station. The last is for Lazim Balian, who can be found at the shrine to the north of the city. May the Great Serpent...
Go to hell. Yes, understood. Kill the Great Serpent. Got it. That's all I do is kill these things. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm being waterboarded by dialogue, by empty dialogue. So here's the next... So, I've given my own opinions on this a few times. Which of the Bethesda main plots do you personally enjoy? No judgment in any direction. Like, which ones actually work for you? I'll go ahead and give my answer in a minute, for those of you who haven't heard me talk about it. Just the main plots, I should be clear. Like, I think the story is pretty good in, honestly, most Bethesda games, if you take everything into account. Main plots, hazardous. So, you know, the MSQ, the main story quest. New Vegas is not a Bethesda game, even though it's a Bethesda RPG. So we'll ignore New Vegas and Outer Worlds, and arguably Cyberpunk for the moment. I'm also going to ignore ESO for the moment, for reasons that are basically the same. It's different devs, different team, different everything. Oh, I hate traversal in this game. Now, I'm seeing a lot of varied answers in chat, which I find fascinating. Yeah, exactly. I cut Hourglass. It's right there in the name. Sorry. But yeah, no, I legitimately... So, you can make fun of me for this, and that's fine. Also, keeping in mind, I haven't reviewed most of these games, but in my book, when I think about decent plots, you know, plots that I at the very least enjoy, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Fallout 3 all come to mind immediately. Fallout 3 has some serious stumbling points in its plot, but it's still engaging, and I still enjoy several chunks of it. Oblivion, of course, is honestly one of my personal favorites, mostly because of the fact that they decided to do the unusual thing and have another character be the main character of the story and actually did something with that. Like, I'm sorry, I like Martin, and I like his character arc. And of course, Morrowind, Morrowind's an interesting one, but hinges on a lot of twisting of the narrative, which I won't actually go into right now. Which actually works for it in quite a few ways, I think. I mean, not to spoil, but the moment you actually hit the Red Mountain spot where Azura talks to you for the first time, that's a good moment for me.
Quite a view. Welcome, my friend. Are not the beauty and majesty of nature truly splendid? There is serenity here that cannot be found.
I really don't care.
It is the ideal place to contemplate the secrets and mysteries of the cosmos.
Yep. And to run out of food. Do you know the city's running out of food, too? Anyways, can I give you something? Nature's great until it tries to kill you. I like that answer.
Death and life are a part of the great cycle.
Blah, blah. Death is a good thing.
Every tree, every rock, every growth, even you and I, all have a place in the Serpent's grand design. Join me in a moment of meditation.
I'd really rather not.
Experience the connection that binds us all.
I'd really rather not.
Now close your eyes and breathe in deeply.
I have that. Yeah.
Be calm.
Dude.
Do you feel that?
Dude.
It is the presence.
I have a delivery. He's doing this to the UPS guy.
Such divine communion purifies us.
I'm just holding up a package.
You may think this is a chance meeting, but I know the truth.
Will you sign for this, please?
The Serpent has a plan for us all.
Please?
Friend. And this encounter is a part of it.
Sir, the Great Serpent has a delivery for you.
So Ligiana has at last found a new courier.
Oh my God.
Great Serpent be
Is this his tip?
This package of dried and salted goat's meat will sustain me in my contemplation.
Yeah, it's called food.
So captivated am I by the Serpent's mysteries, I sometimes go days without remembering to eat.
Oh my God.
It's customary to pay upon receipt, but let me pose you this question.
I will murder you if you don't pay me.
If we carry out the will of the Great Serpent, is that not the greatest reward of all?
You called it! You called it!
To such divine favor, the worth of a few credits is a mere pittance.
He's trying to avoid giving us a tip. Give me my goddamn money!
Very well. But you should know that an obsession with material goods does harm to the soul. Here is your payment. Go in peace, my friend.
I am going to murder you. In fact, hang on, I'm gonna quick save. And then I'm gonna murder you! Okay, moving on. Wait, what? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. There were witnesses. There were witnesses. Level 60 witnesses.
Serpent, aid us!
Now for your judgment!
Last witness killed. Okay. Moving on. And yes, I did Trihexia, thank you. I did get that down for Guild Wars 1, Killzone, and Armored Core 6. Okay, so, moving on to my next delivery. Looks like that's over here. Now, Fallout 4's main story quest is an interesting asterisk here. I'm going to go ahead and admit that I actually liked Fallout 4's MSQ up to a certain point. And the moment I hit that point, it lost me instantly. Now, I'm not going to spoil. We're not here to spoil. But if you know anything about Fallout 4, You know the exact point I'm talking about. I don't even have to clarify. Like, I was like, oh, yeah, ooh, cool, interesting, wow. Like, they did some cool, interesting stuff with it. And then, oh. Huh.
I'm busy. Thought you'd catch me unaware, did you? Thought I'd be easy prey?
What?
Unless you want a hole in the middle of your chest, you'd better turn around and start walking.
I'm here to deliver a package.
I suppose you could have put a bullet in the back of my head easy enough. There's no end of trouble out here lately. We've got pirates and spacers circling like vultures looking for easy pickings. And that's to say nothing of those fanatics.
Oh, I hate those religious zealots.
Has the Great Serpent abandoned us?
Oh my god.
I don't know. Perhaps.
I'm here to deliver a package.
I know the Courier well, and you're not him. Tell me the name of the person who sent you, and prove that you are not a liar.
It was a woman named Lijana Dulkev.
Fine, so you're telling the truth. I won't apologize for my manner. Trust.
That's what a decent person would do.
That, and the constant pain in my back makes me poor company. I know. I fix machines because they don't try to start a conversation. I prefer the quiet.
Then why won't you shut up?
But now, at last, my medicine has arrived. The Serpent knows I've gone too long without it.
You really won't shut up.
Doubt he hears my loud swearing when I struggle to get out of my bed every morning.
Pro tip, don't write a character who says, I hate conversation, who won't shut up.
I needed it many days ago. But that is not your fault. Take your credits and leave me in peace. Talking just makes me more irritable. And before you ask, yes, such a thing is possible.
Then shut up. I'm gonna take the package back. Yep. Alright, next delivery. Writers are paid by the line. I mean, actors are paid by the line, too. Or by the hour, or by the word.
It is still hard to believe we will never see the city.
Where am I going? Where am I going? There it is. Oh my god. Now what's funny is you're probably expecting me to be like, ah, this side quest sucks. Actually, this is the most fun I've had all day, is doing this stupid side quest. Yeah, I am role-playing a postal worker. Do yourself a favor. Never look up the real-life origination of the term going postal.
The days can be long for a farmer, but there is nothing I'd rather do. Hello there. I don't know your face. Are you lost?
I have a package. I'm your friendly delivery person.
Oh, so Lijana finally found a replacement courier then. That's good news. She sounded nearly desperate in her last message. Well, friendly delivery person, I'll be your friendly package recipient. It's very sad what happened to the previous courier.
Yes.
His name was
Very
Shani.
sad.
He was a radiant
Tink.
soul, full of life and joy and dreams. All of it
Wait.
stolen away in the blink of an eye to hear it told.
I'm here to deliver a package. Oh, wait, hang on. Could you sign here first really quick?
Yes, I was. After making a delivery, he often stayed for a bowl of stew and tell me the news of the city. He would always have a new joke that he'd share. He had a gift for humor and telling stories. Sometimes I would laugh so much that my sides would ache for hours. I will miss him.
For you. Whatever's in your smell, it's wonderful.
Oh, good. It's definitely the right package then. I spent a small fortune on these spices. They're some of the rarest we have, as well as the most pungent. Cooking is my great joy, and the proper use of seasonings is the most important part. Thank you for this.
I'll be on my way.
Oh, here's the payment. Farewell to you, stranger.
I'm leaving her alive. She's cool. She was nice. You get to live. Bye. Or does she? Yes, she does. But for real. No, for real. Okay, okay, so then we have this one. If she didn't talk as much, she was polite, and she was just looking forward to a delivery. The only thing she said that made me raise an eyebrow was she talked about how cooking is all about proper seasoning, which sounds kind of like walking is all about using your legs properly. Yeah? Like, I'm sorry, have you ever cooked chicken? Do me a favor, if you haven't done this. Cook chicken sometime with absolutely no flavoring. Just put it in, like, water and cook it. And then you will experience what chicken actually tastes like. Hint, it's not good. A friend of mine once said that... God, hang on, this is kind of a borrowed story. I love having chicken without any kind of extra seasonings. Oh, I didn't realize you had such an acquired taste for cardboard. How far away is this? Oh, it's way out there. Let's go over here, then. I'm kind of the opposite. I like flavorful food. But I also can really appreciate subtly flavored food. Subtle flavor is different than lack of flavor, too. There has to be something that really pulls out flavor of whatever you're doing. And then, of course, I love me some Indian food, which is all about just punching your tongue as hard as it can. Now, that would be an interesting bit of world building if they actually leaned into that, Mad Overlord. Maybe people around here all eat, you know, protein paste. And she's like, you know what I like? Seasoning. And then you could have, like, a dialogue option. What's seasoning? Huh? Yeah, I will admit I don't actually care for tofu, but it's not about the flavor at all. Because, duh, right? Tofu is flavored how you cook it. Up a level.
We just got another report from one of the growth farms. More dead animals. Bladed backs this time. No signs of injury.
Merciful serpent. Whatever this is, it seems to be spreading. Still no word from the city about a research assistant?
Nothing. And I'm not really surprised in light of recent events.
Oh, I have no idea,
Be
Zara.
patient, dear. The serpent provides.
Yeah, and then they say you sure can hydrate a pizza, Mom. Off the deeper end. Talk to me.
Hello. Welcome to Hamadi Station. I do hope you're here about the research.
Do I smell bad? Why are you sneering at me while you're talking?
Promising applicants.
By which he means we haven't had any applicants.
Well, yes. Thank you for the painful reminder. Oh, love of my life. I'm Azad Dubas. My wife Shireen and I are scientists. We've been quite busy lately and are greatly in need of some help. We put out a call for a research assistant, but with recent events, we haven't had much luck.
By which he means we haven't had any luck.
So, are you interested in a little field work?
Sure. I might not kill you.
Ah, so you've some experience then.
I have a lot of experience in killing people.
Has truly blessed us.
Yeah, the Great Serpent tells me all the time to just kill people. And I say, yes, oh Great Serpent, I'll kill everyone just for you.
Wildlife has been done, and we're not sure why. The remains show no signs of external injury or trauma, so we can rule out most of the usual causes.
Fighting for dominance or territory, predators, hunters looking for sport, those sorts of things.
We began to see this phenomenon just after the accident in Dazra.
Yeah, no, okay.
These events are linked, but the exact nature of the connection remains a mystery.
So you need info.
An accurate assertion. This is where you come in. I need you to search for corpses of local wildlife and collect tissue samples. I'll give you a biosample collector that will extract and store the samples safely. Try to collect samples from different kinds of creatures. We want to cast a wide net. Return here when you've got them, and we'll begin the analysis.
Should I go now?
Off you go then, and no dragging your feet. You're on the clock as of now.
So I can go, right? Oh my god, I can. I am shocked. All right, time to go get some boar asses. Actually, fun fact, not a lot of people are aware of this. So you've probably heard the phrase, go collect 15 bear asses, right? It's almost always used as a shorthand for a bad MMO quest. Go gather X of Y from an enemy that drops it infrequently, right? Thing is, that's not a made-up quest. It's actually a real quest from EverQuest, which was the first MMO to implement that. And literally did have a quest where you had to go kill bears for their asses. And they didn't drop it all that regularly. Thank you, Zalir. Always appreciate the sub. And I will put that towards Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6. Oh, not even close, Livia Ruth. Are you kidding me? It would take WoW another 7 years to come up with that. Yet most bears do not have asses. True story. I heard it in a video game. That makes it true. Yeah, and WoW it was zebra hooves and troll ears. When we start the WoW run, you will hear me refer to troll ear quests, and that is the term I use to describe a quest. That you have to go gather X of Y, it doesn't always drop, and you need too many of them. There's also other irritants that can make those quests even worse. For example, maybe it's an area that's regularly farmed, or has a lot of players going through it. Or maybe it's a bottleneck quest. In other words, a quest everyone's going to be doing because it's in the middle of a chain. Or maybe it's in a spot where, this is one of my personal favorites. So let's say you need Judo Joker teeth, okay? So you have to kill all the Judo Jokers in a specific area. However, the Judo Jokers only spawn, so they're in a spawn group, which means they spawn alongside. I'm going way too far to the right. Hang on. Okay, I need to go this way. So the Judo Jokers spawn alongside Braegwins and Blade Javals and Takoidas. Here's the thing. The majority of the enemies that spawn in the area are Braegwins. There's a few Blade Javals, there's a few Takoidas, and then there's the occasional Judo Joker. So the enemy you need spawns the least often, and doesn't always drop the item you need, and you need 15 of them to complete the quest. Hang on, it actually gets worse, because there's this concept called cherry picking. Now, WoW has actually added some new tech to help push back against cherry picking, thank God. But cherry picking does still exist as a problem. The way cherry picking works is... What in the hell is that? Why is it over here? You're all dead. I finished the main story quest. Go away. You're all dead. Phazon tree. Anyways, the way cherry picking works is, given the spawn rates I just mentioned, let's say that I only kill Judo Jokers, because I don't need the other enemies there. So the next time an enemy spawns, the respawn is picking from the odds of each enemy that can be respawned. In other words, the most likely thing to respawn is a Braegwyn or a Blade Tripal, not the Judo Joker that I actually need. If you cherry pick too much, you can and have, this happened to me before, run into a situation where the only enemy you need is the only one that's not spawning. If you ever watch me quest in a while, you may or may not notice I actually deliberately avoid cherry picking to avoid that, not just for me, but for anybody else who comes immediately after me and wants to do the same quest, or is doing the same quest at the same time as me. Don't cherry pick, is what I'm trying to say. Just kill everything. Go on. Now, you're probably thinking, Lord, that all sounds terrible. How could it be even worse? Let me tell you about a game called EverQuest. EverQuest did everything I just described with one little interesting addendum. Enemies had respawn timers. Of course they have respawn timers, I hear you say. WoW has respawn timers. No. So WoW has a concept called respawn flux. It dynamically changes how fast the respawns happen based on how many people exist in a zone at any given time. It's how you start up so-called hyperspawning, right? You have 20 different people in a spot all killing the same things. Those respawns are going to be near instantaneous, right? Great system, by the way. Thumbs up. EverQuest doesn't have that. EverQuest just has respawns. Those respawns can be minutes, which is actually normal for a lot of quests. They can be hours, they can be days, and they can be weeks. Yeah, some people have occasionally asked me why I haven't even entertained the possibility of someday covering EverQuest. It's because I legitimately believe a coverage of EverQuest is not actually possible in any real sense of the word. Too much of that game is antithetical to the very concept of streaming it. Yeah, which one of these is closer? Oh my god, that is way over there. In fact, if I teleport right now, I'm still closer. Oh god, I remember that Judo Joker. So, left one. You know, I'd be playing for months and literally not doing anything. Imagine, for those of you who are familiar with the Time Lost Proto-Drake, imagine that that's a quest mob that you have to go kill. But that's a thing you have to do. And then you will understand what EverQuest questing was like. Now, I know what you're thinking. What do you do in the interim? Well, usually you just farm. You just go and grind mobs. Because, and I'll actually talk about this when we start the well run, most MMO gameplay was just grinding. Go ahead, get your joke out of the way. But no, I mean that with total sincerity. There were no quests. There were no stories to speak of. There was no progression. There was no raid bosses or anything like that. There was just going out, finding a hunting spot, and then killing mobs there until you went to bed. And that was the core gameplay loop. And that's it. And that's all. That's true for all three of the big three, Ultima Online, Asheron's Call, and EverQuest. The primary gameplay loop was finding a hunting spot, and then killing mobs there.
Brothers, I call upon me on your name. Banish the heretic!
I actually have no idea, Judo Joker. Yeah, no, it makes sense, right? Since EverQuest was essentially just a chat program, and I say that without hyperbole, it makes sense that you would just run around doing something that's effectively mindless. And, run in circles killing things. Or letting your pet kill things if you're playing a necro. And yeah, then you'd slash sit because healing was arduously slow at EverQuest. I remember, I know exactly what I'm doing, Mystery Man, but we are covering everything. It is a review. We cover all that is PFR. One of the things that WoW did, which was considered revolutionary, which is hilarious to think about in hindsight, was it added this concept called food, which could heal you to full health in about 20 seconds. That probably sounds strange, and if it does, you haven't played older MMOs. Hang on, let me loot this carcass that's here. Yep. Looted the carcass. Cool. And yes, the entire thing with food eating and sitting to recover actually got worse in later levels. In the old MMOs. Ah. In Asheron's Call, you had to manage your stamina, which could be regenerated by laying down. Your health, which could extremely slowly be regenerated by laying down. Or your mana, which barely regenerates at the same rate all the time. So have fun playing a mage. Unless you know what you're doing, of course. It is possible to regen in WoW by sitting. I would recommend it. Yeah, scamming players is one of those weird things in MMOs. Because it was so common, especially because of the fact that there were no real mechanics in place for properly trading between players for the old MMOs. So trading in the old MMOs usually involved something like, say, hang on. There we go. Here, I'd like to trade this. Flop. And you'd be like, okay, I'll trade you that.
Give it back, or I call the guards.
I'm not stealing. I'm not stealing.
Welcome back. Did you have any difficulty obtaining those tissue samples?
No.
I'm glad to hear it, because there's more work to do.
That makes me sad.
Your arrival is well timed. Some interesting new information has come to light. I'll take those tissue samples, and here's your payment. Shireen, dear, would you tell our dauntless research assistant about the latest news?
With pleasure. I hope you enjoyed your little jaunt into the field, because I'll be sending you right back out there.
Yay.
Some of the local farmers and growth herders have reported seeing unusual plant growth in the area. What's more, none of this unusual growth was seen before the Dazra incident. It's increasingly clear the event affected the ecosystem in some way, but the details elude us.
Further study is in order.
My thinking exactly. You really are cut out for this kind of work. Based on our information, these unusual new strains aren't limited to a specific area. As such, we want to examine samples that come from several different locations. In short, the more data you can provide, the better.
Observe, analyze, hypothesize, and prove. These are the tenets of the scientific method. Without them, we're just fumbling in the dark.
Thanks for that completely unnecessary dialogue.
Thank you, dear. You'll have to forgive my husband. He's never fully recovered from his days as a teacher.
Can we go?
Agreed. I've always felt sorry for those who can't find work they truly love. The days must feel like sheer drudgery. We'll get to work studying the animal tissue. Now go forth and travel safely.
Okay, now am I still wanted? We good?
We'll get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure of it.
Cool. You know, that's a good point. Something come. Like, wait a minute. I'm playing this game. Hang on a second. Hang on. Something's not right here. Oh god, I think this is the closest. Alright, whatever. So, Luthor. I don't know if this is still true, but for the longest time, we had a policy in my raid team. Whenever we called for a wipe, you had to /sit. And it got to the point where we actually just started calling for sitting instead of, you know, like, dying. Oh god, I don't know where I am. Yeah, this way, maybe? There's no pointer. I don't know where I'm pointing. Here, that way. I just double-checked. It does say Starfield. I remember this because it actually was like, warning, this game is rated M for mature. Make sure you warn people that you're playing a rated M game that talks about dark, horrible, gritty things. Like, the scientific method. Is it this one? Is it that? Where the hell am I going? Oh my god. I am so turned around, I don't know where I'm going. Oh, the content tag. Sorry, I forgot those existed. That's on me. Okay, I'm just going to assume it's this way, and we're just going to go to this one. Or this one? God, I don't know. Did I ever steal the tray in the first building on Ireland? Of course I did. Did I give a negative for the way I scrolled the map out? Yes. There's actually a way to avoid that. Hang on, let me see if I can emulate it. So we hit map. And then if you hold tab, for some godforsaken reason, that'll actually allow you to exit the map rather than backing all the way out. So that's design. For certain definitions of the word.
Messing with the fleet? Your funeral?
Dude, I wiped out the fleet. What are you talking about? You know, believe it or not, Master Command, I actually did give a plus. Or, no I didn't. Because the maps are crap. What I did do is I removed a negative, or 2. I think I removed 2.
Lock and load.
I mean, the vanilla maps were legitimately the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Like, above and beyond terrible map design. At least there's a map now. I don't think they're good, as I kind of just demonstrated a minute ago, but at least they are existent. What do you want to bet that this quest marker is bugged and I'm just walking off to nothing? Like, what do you want to bet? For real. So we're just going into hell. To summon demons. This is it. I'm feeling it. That's actually a good question. No. It's maintenance, right? So people summon demons out of hell, and we're just sitting in hell summoning them back. Like, nop. You come home, mister. Go to your room. Bad demon. Bad. Go to hell. Well, I'm already playing Starfield, so. mean, the entire plot line of Divinity Dragon Commander is started because one dude summoned a demon. That's not actually a joke. Let's go over here. Is there a setting where things are improved via summoning demons? Okay, this is pulling a hell of a technically, but things did get better in Doom eventually. You know, after we mass murdered the demons and then killed the creator of all the demons, and then, you know, led to all the demons going away permanently until they make a sequel. So, technically, that's still pulling it technically, because honestly, all of the problems at that setting were also started by summoning demons, so it doesn't really work that way. So what happened, Ross? Doesn't WoW have demonic faction? WoW has several demonic factions. Demons, there's actually two categories of demons in Warcraft lore. There's demonic and then there's fel. Now, the distinction is demons, it refers to a type of entity, but fel refers to anything that's been infused or sufficiently manipulated by fel energy. For example, if, I'm going to pick on Savacom. If Savacom's like, I'm going to be a warlock, after a certain point, there's a pretty good chance that Savacom qualifies as a fel entity. However, she's still not a demon, right? There is actually a distinction between the two things. By contrast, something like, say, that's actually a tough one. We'll go with the Annihilants. Those are just straight up demons. That's why you have things like fel elves and fel orcs and all that, but they're not demons. They're just such and such with the fel modifier. Ah, that feels good, Ross, knowing that the Chiefs lost. Yeah, they retconned to the Islands. You notice I paused a second before I went with the Islands, because I was about to mention the Eridar, but that's a thing. And I was going to mention the Nothrazine, but then they decided to change that one, too, and it's like... Okay. Ah. Listen, Ross, this game... You don't understand. A friend of mine last night was like, so how was Starfield? And I just kind of descended into this weird laughing sob. And you notice I'm getting serious with a moment for my tone, because I gotta stress this. Well, I'm trying to have fun with this game and make this to be an entertaining stream. I gotta be real. I am gobsmacked at how bad this game is. It's crazy what this studio managed with $200+ million that we know of, and 8 years with their A-team and a blank check scenario with no limits or demands placed upon them. This is what they churned out. Sometimes we have to look badly upon a game because the studio was hampered, because they were forced to use Frostbite, and had no idea what they were doing and didn't receive support. Sometimes we have to look down upon a game because the game was cranked out too early, on under budget, and with crunch time. Sometimes we have to bash a game because it's the game they wanted to make. This is the game they wanted to make. probably quicker to kill you. Come here. Come and die.
Great serpent!
Yeah, this game had Todd Howard with his hand on the wheel the entire time. This is their baby game. This is the game they worked on in the background for 20 years. This is just... And yeah, someone earlier said this. Passion is just not enough. There is a chance they're lying in marketing speaking. That's always reality. Like you can never take anyone at their word. For example, I'm secretly Elvis. That's a lie, of course, but I could say that, and then news reporters could be like, oh my god, and they could write down an interview saying, are you Elvis? And then I might feel the need to double down. Yes, of course I'm Elvis. Why would I say I'm Elvis if I didn't mean it? And it could turn into a whole thing. So we always have to add that little asterisk. However, I am 100% convinced, based on actually watching the people talk, because I'm not just talking written word. I've watched interviews by Emil and by Todd specifically about this game. I believe them when they say that this is the game they wanted to make.
Ah! Our roving research assistant returns. I know we've asked you to travel far and wide. Hopefully it wasn't too much trouble.
No, that's what I just said, Master Man. 8-year development time, 200+ million, and the ideas we're banning about for 20 years. No trouble at all. Can I be done with this question, please?
Good. It seems that things have been going smoothly so far. Perhaps it's a sign that the Great Serpent favors our work. Here's the payment for those plant samples. I have good news. We've got a strong working theory about what's killing the local wildlife. The tissue samples you collected point to poisoning as the likely cause of death. Hardly. We've only scratched the surface. We need to find out how and why this phenomenon is happening. The evidence suggests that some force is acting on the ecosystem, changing it somehow. We don't yet have the complete picture, but there is one tool left to us. Would you care to explain?
Okay, so can I just say real quick? I usually play with maximum brightness, like on my monitor or on my phone. That monitor in the background is blinding.
My dear.
With pleasure. To aid in our monitoring of local conditions, we designed a multi-function sensor suite. The device records data for weather, atmospheric pressure, radiation,
Airborne particulates, seismic disturbances, gravitic fluctuations.
We placed several of these sensors throughout the area. Each device can upload its data to a slate for comparison and analysis.
Okay.
It's just a collection of devices fused together and running on a single power source. It's more a feat of improvisation than engineering, really. Here, take this. Transfer the data from each of the sensors and then bring the slate back to me. In the meantime, we'll see what we can learn about these unusual plant specimens. We'll solve this riddle yet.
Interestingly enough, Takoida just said something that got me thinking. This game would make for... I cannot believe this quest. I am giving this individual quest its own gameplay negative. You realize this quest involves coming back to these people, then going around, grabbing random things all over the place, going back, going out, getting random things all over the place, going back, and then we are now on our third iteration of going and getting random crap out in the terrain. That's reality. That's where we're at with this. Roguelike. Actually make this like a true roguelike. You know, they've already got so much procedural crap everywhere. Why not lean into it? Truly lean into it. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I would enjoy that, but it does feel like that's kind of closer to what they were actually going for, at least in the finished product. Excuse me. I don't think that fantasy or sci-fi really changes anything here, personally. I mean, fantasy can screw up its own rules just like anything else can. Yeah, no, it's exactly, Master Man. Having said that, their decision to try and write what is functionally a grounded sci-fi story was probably not the right call. I know. Grounded. But as we all know, the gradient of groundedness in sci-fi is a gradient. It's a scale, right? And they're definitely trying for harder sci-fi here. They're just failing miserably, ignoring the fact that I have literal magic, and that we just did an entire quest chain about literal magic. Let's ignore both of those facts for a second. Sure. Yeah, seriously. Lean into the idea of exploration. Like, that's where the roguelike thing just kind of neatly slides in. Okay, here's a planet. The planet is procedurally generated. It has random types of enemies, flora, resources. All of those you dump back into your base camp. Your base camp is static, right? That's the place you dump your resources and your materials and your research into. You research new plants, you research new leavings and items and loot, skins, organs from the enemies that you kill. Dump that back into the research facility, learn new stuff. And yeah, all the real NPCs, static, bespoke NPCs with quest chains, are back there in your base camp. They'll probably have a handful of bespoke encounters and adventures, probably mostly for the purposes of tutorialization. Here's how exploration works. Here's how advancement works. Here's how research works. Make research semi-random as well. Make it so that you research something and you have a chance to get several things based on whatever it is that you're researching. And yeah, I actually said this several times before this game came out. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but you know one of the things that Fallout 3 actually did quite correctly? Fallout 3 had manually designed encounters. Not enemies necessarily, we talked about this yesterday, but encounters. And as you're roaming the overworld map of Fallout 3, each region has a set grouping of encounters that can spawn there, right? Once an encounter spawns, it's ticked off the list. It cannot spawn again. So each of those encounters is a once-off per playthrough, right? Those encounters are honestly a lot of the fun of roaming the overworld of Fallout 3, to be blunt, because Fallout 3's overworld is not super great. So you can encounter all kinds of fun, interesting, random stuff there, but it's not actually truly random. It was designed things, right? That was cool, and I liked that system quite a bit. And before this game came out, they were talking about how the ship encounters would work, and how you'd be able to steal other people's ships, and find hulks and all that stuff, and I'm like, they're going to do it. They're going to pull that Fallout 3 system, and they're going to dump it into Starfield. Spoilers, having played, I think we're up to the 80-hour mark at this point, 80 hours of this game, that system does not exist at all. Enemies are just randomly placed on the overworld or spawn. That's it. There is no encounter spawning system. There is no random pull from the bespoke encounters concept. There's nothing new or interesting or cool or fun or unique about any of it. It's just enemies that can kill you, they can run away from, like I just did, by the way. That's it. And yeah, most Bethesda games are actually relatively empty, but as Master Man just points out, you'll go over a hill and you'll see something. There will be something there. Maybe it's one of those random encounters I just mentioned. Maybe it's a town. Maybe it's a lootable area. Maybe it's a random dungeon. There's something there to do. What is there to do on this vast open land? And this is just one planet, by the way. One manually crafted planet. This isn't one of the random planets. This is an MSQ planet. Or yeah, maybe there's just something that's worth looking at. You know? And yeah, so speaking of someone who does play 76 off and on with my friends, Fallout 76 has this problem in spades, because there are parts of Fallout 76 that was clearly generated and then they just kind of did a quick polishing pass. And then there's areas of Fallout 76 that looked like someone actually sat down and designed the place. That's true of their dungeons, too. Some of the early dungeons are really bad. And then some of the later dungeons are perfectly fine. Hang on. Wow, okay. Listen, Mad Overlord. Don't judge me. So to my knowledge, the planets are not randomly generated at all. We're running into terminology issues, and that's my fault, because we're living in an era where randomly generated and AI generated not only both mean different things, but different things from generated. By all accounts, what I am referring to as the random planets are the generated planets. They're just planets that they sat down and they said, okay, they ran it through an algorithm, right? It's a generated planet. And it was generated, and then they walked away from it. Occasionally they'll place something on it, like one or two installations that have, enemies of X type that spawn in them, and that's it. Those are the generated planets. That's the 1,692 planets. No, I'm not making that number up, by the way. And yeah, random and procedural, it's a whole thing. The terminology is getting a little confused because we've got so many layers at this point of generated crap in game design. That's hilarious, Hacidus. And yeah, you are correct, of course. But yeah, the point I'm trying to reach here, on top of everything else, is the planet we're on right now was not generated. This is a manually crafted planet. So... okay, so I just want you to know that there's some spacers living at this outpost. Just think about that for a second. And they're all trying to kill me, of course, and not the vortex monsters.
Oh, you're not taking me out!
Yeah, random planets would mean every time you land on a planet, it randomizes it. Procedural planets is like Mass Effect 1. You land on the generated planet number 857, and that's it, right? Yeah, I find it weird that both Fallout 3 and I think New Vegas had, radio stations you can listen to while doing what we're doing right now. And this game, which has literal interstellar radio, doesn't. Oh yeah, Morrowind is minuscule. As weird as it sounds, I think that's one of its better features. And if I could use Morrowind as an example of how little Bethesda understands their own game design, if you went and talked to someone back in 2002 or so, when Morrowind came out, one of the biggest pieces of feedback people would give is about how big the world felt. And they might have not said that. They might have said how big the world is. But that would be a lie, because Morrowind was tiny. Really, no. Morrowind is very small. But that's to its advantage, because Morrowind is actually fairly dense. There's a decent amount of stuff in Morrowind that feels bigger. And so, when it came to the developers reading that feedback. This is pure presumption, but I have a feeling they took that "it feels big," or "it is big," and said, "Yes, bigger." Yeah, you want to see how small Morrowind is? You can see Vivek City from the starting town. It's not that far. 16 times the size! My dick is so big! You have no idea. You can see it from space! It just works. By the way, hi Wolverine. It's taking all the blood from my brain. Yeah, honestly, we've talked about that a billion times. In fact, we've talked about that during this very game. A lot of games that are small don't feel like it because of how they're designed. Novigrad, I think? No, that's wrong. What's the town in Witcher 3? Yeah, San Andreas is actually a pretty good example. San Andreas feels a lot bigger than it actually is. It is Novigrad, I was right. Novigrad feels very big because of how dense it is. It's not, but that's not important. It doesn't matter how big it is. Sex jokes aside, what matters is how big it feels. Sex jokes aside.
Oh, welcome back. Time to see if our sensors can peel back another layer of the mystery. Did you notice anything unusual in the environmental data?
Yes, the whole game is a net positive, Mr. Red.
Well, that's certainly not what I was expecting to hear. Now, let's have a look, shall we? Seems mundane enough. Oh, now wait just a moment. As I suspected, the sensors simultaneously recorded a single event that produced very unusual impacts. This is our best glimpse yet into the Dazra accident and how it affected the surrounding environs. How interesting. The chronometer seemed to have gone haywire in all 4 of the devices. Even gravity itself seems to have been briefly altered. Remarkable.
Yeah, the laws of space-time were affected because you tapped into the space in between dimensions.
A rudimentary summation, perhaps, but not without merit. Your payment as promised.
Am I done?
Now, I'm sure you're wondering what we've learned from the plant tissue samples you brought back.
I'm really not. Really not.
I thought you might say that.
No, listen.
So, it seems that a certain local species of flora has suddenly become extremely toxic. These biochemical changes occurred with incredible speed. Notably, the first sightings of these toxic variants coincide with the incident in Dazra. I'm just not sure how the strange effects of the vortex could cause plants to mutate so rapidly.
By triggering a defensive response. Countless species of fauna have evolved to develop protective mechanisms. Poisonous toxins are among the most common such adaptations.
That's true, but those adaptations evolved over generations across long spans of time. These seem to have appeared in a matter of mere days. That shouldn't be possible.
And yet, the sensors documented fluctuations in the very fabric of space and time. Who's to say what's impossible when the fundamental laws that govern our reality are altered?
Please tell me you don't have another leg of this quest.
If all else fails, then you might be right.
Please.
Hopefully we can find a more benign solution.
Please.
Shireen, do you remember that experimental compound?
I think I've literally been doing this quest longer than the MSQ today.
The one
Just this one quest.
Plant biochemistry?
Like, the Courier quest was relatively quick, but this? We've been doing this for almost an hour now.
Theorizing about ways to create edible strains of local flora. It's possible I could alter the formula to neutralize the toxins in the affected species.
There is, however, a not insignificant complication.
The experimental compound is locked away in cold storage at the botanical facility. I was growing strains of fungus and mushroom there for medicinal use, but we were attacked. A group of pirates called the Crimson Fleet took over the place, forcing us to leave. Pirates. Here, on Varun Kai. I could scarcely believe it.
Can I go now?
That might not be as helpful as you expect. House Kadik claims the pirates are a splinter faction with their own agenda. It's likely they'll be hostile to anyone outside their cadre. Go with
Thanks
the
for
serpent's
acknowledging that you wouldn't acknowledge your internal continuity game. I appreciate that. It would be terrible if we could just be friendly with a group, walk up and say, hey, I need to grab something. That would require 5 seconds of programming and a few precise applications of faction flags. And we can't possibly have that.
True wisdom is living in harmony.
Yes, Hourglass, that is correct. And yeah, that means that Tears of the Kingdom is literally 5 times the size of Morrowind. Although, I question that. Is that just counting the surface or the underground as well? Because if it's not counting the underground, then you need to straight double that number. Well, you probably don't know this, Hourglass, because you just said that sentence. But I can go through walls. Okay, I'm here. And that was that dungeon. Okay. The New Game Plus thing, it's kind of like Nier Automata. As in, it's intended to be part of the main story quest. And you're supposed to do it. Like, it's intended for you to keep playing through multiple New Game Pluses. 10 of them, by the way. Nice place. I mean, Starfield probably is bigger than Daggerfall. Figure out the rough size of, you know, any one of the random, procedurally generated planets. Multiply that by 1,692, and that's probably a bigger number than Daggerfall. How long is a standard playthrough? Well, I haven't finished one yet, Dame Celeste, but I'm up to 80 plus hours now. Can you guys stop shooting me for 5 seconds, please? Okay, I don't know where you want me to go, and I don't care. My care is gone. We're just gonna skip this dungeon too. We're just skipping all the dungeons now. Okay, where do you want me to go now? Hey, found it. Requires key. Where I'm going, I don't need keys. What? Look, you guys wanted me to do the side quest, okay? This is where we're at. Oh, hey, DNA stuff. That's actually mildly impressive that they actually have that. No, Wolverine, no. This is only the second or worst game I've ever reviewed. This isn't terrible at all. You know what? No, I don't even know what I'm doing. Out we go! Through the rock. Just picture the Superman music. That's actually Indiana Jones. We're gonna go with There's a giant rolling boulder following me through the air, also clipping through the terrain. We're almost out. We're gonna make it. We're gonna be okay, buddy. We're gonna be okay. Oh, we made it. We made it. What? Open the door. Unlock the door. Why do I even have to do this? Open the door. I just want you to understand this, though. Because I'm going to give another negative for the dungeon we just skipped right there. And I'm serious. Because I want you to understand what this quest is, okay? So, first we have to go get random stuff all over the place, which takes forever. Then do that 3 separate times. Then we have to go to this dungeon. And if you were paying attention at all while we were no-clipping through there, that was a huge-ass dungeon. That, first of all, we had to go through the outside part of the dungeon, which is right here. Get to the actual door, which we just left from. And then go in and navigate a giant-ass dungeon. Two-story, actually. Two cells dungeon. All the way in there. Get the thing from a key, which may or may not spawn. Then go all the way back out, because shortcut design is for losers. Get that Skyrim crap out of here. Get all the way back out. And then go back. That's what this quest was. So, yeah, we're just gonna do that. Moving on. Yes, Warp Core. We shove all the donkeys in there because we kind of destroyed their planet, so we sort of owed it to them, you know? Because it's our fault that they don't have a planet now.
Well, look who's back. And still in one piece, no less.
With all the corpses I left behind, the fleet's not the only thing that's crimson. I didn't kill anything.
There are times you genuinely frighten me.
You're welcome.
I suppose those pirates have done the same, if not worse, to others. The important thing is you're back from another successful task. Here you are. Payment as promised. Did you hear that, love? Our courageous research assistant has delivered yet again.
I never had a shred of doubt. Nothing inspires courage and perseverance like the pursuit of knowledge, I always say.
That is quite literally the first time I've ever heard you say that.
Well, I certainly always think it.
Yes, dear. Of course you do.
Please tell me this goddamn quest is done.
Indeed we do. Thanks to you, we not only have the answer to our little mystery, but a path to resolving it. Here's a little something extra for a job well done. Best of luck in your future scientific endeavors.
The Great Serpent smiles upon those who protect his creations, be they plant, beast, or...
Scientific method, that's the quest. Okay. I have good news and bad news. Good news is that there are 4 side quests left. The bad news is there are 4 side quests left.
Man.
gotta be kidding me. You guys voted. You guys voted for us to do the side quest, and for the sake of accuracy, I mean, we just came up with 3 additional negatives for the side quest we were just doing. The side quest we just did. That was one quest. One quest garnered triple negatives. Now, that's actually pretty rare that a single side quest is that bad. But still, we would have skipped that quest. We would not have known the horrors. Come on, there we go. I love this minimap. It's so terrible that I'm not sure where I am. I think that's it. I think that's it. Maybe? That looks right. Okay. Yep, this is for posterity at this point. Listen, Huther, if there's one thing I know, it's that the citizens of the United Kingdom know what they want. And wait, why is it suddenly more expensive to get resources and products from outside of Britain? I don't understand.
What am I even doing?
I actually saw an interview, Huther. This isn't funny. I just find it funny because I shouldn't. There's an interview of a couple who had a little small business where they exported just some local thing, right? They exported stuff to like France and Germany. And all of a sudden they couldn't afford to stay in business because they weren't part of the EU anymore. And the additional fees... the additional fees that the new import duties required suddenly made it less profitable, and no one was going to buy what they were selling at the new prices they had to sell them at. They voted for Brexit, by the way. What's that, Hasdus? Real question, what is it? Oh, yep, this is life. What is Brexit? Oh my god. Okay. Hi.
I am sure we can make a deal.
Are you, yes.
I was hoping you would eventually stumble into my shop. Welcome.
I mean, the more... the more you... like, if you've ever... I've only done, like, a surface look at the Brexit situation. If you ever feel like just being morbidly amused, look into how the Brexit thing came into place. Look about how essentially nobody was actually in favor of it. Even the people pushing it. Look into how many people either resigned or were canned immediately after the referendum went out. Like, it's just this colossal train wreck of what? Anyways, my reputation precedes me.
That's an understatement. It's rare that an off-worlder finds their way to Dasra. But not just any off-worlder. One that's able to speak with a Nazco Varun himself, which in the eyes of the citizens of Dasra moves you up from the suspiciously curious category to the dangerously unique one.
Okay, who are you?
Where are my manners? I'm Nalada Brady. Forgive me for not starting our conversation that way. I've been a bit distracted of late. My brother Qasim has been missing for days.
I'll go find him.
I'm beginning to worry that something
That's it.
terrible is
I'll go find him. I don't need any other details. Let me go find him.
Yes, thank you.
No, I want to go find him.
My problems need not burden.
Jesus Christ, let me get the quest!
You want to take a look at what my shop has to offer?
No, I want to do your quest.
Really? You'd do that for me?
Yes.
Oh, you truly are a gift from the Great Serpent.
No.
I knew he hadn't forsaken us.
He has. You're screwed. He probably doesn't even exist. Now give me my quest tracker so I can go to the right spot, wherever it is. Don't worry, I have this thing built into my glasses that just goes, boop, go over there. Sometimes it's wrong, but you know.
Oh yes, of course. The last time I heard from Qasim, he was headed out to the Deep Gorge refinery to assess if it could be reopened. He never came back that evening. I've been worried sick.
I got your back.
Something within tells me you speak the truth.
Yeah.
I feel blessed that the Great Serpent delivered you to my door.
No.
Just please be careful. That old refinery has been abandoned for years, and there's no telling what might be choosing to call the facility its home. Now, is there anything you might need for your journey?
Nah, I'm good.
Great Serpent, protect us.
Also, really quick, can I say something about... I don't want to bring up the Trump election thing again, because nobody actually wants to talk about that nonsense, right? I just want to share something really quick. It's one of my economist people that I follow put an interesting insight into the whole situation that honestly didn't even occur to me. Which is probably going to sound to a lot of you like, duh. Feel something when you talk to me. Oh my god, of course it's way off in the middle of frickin' nowhere. Whatever. So, since no one responded to me at all, I'll go ahead and continue. If Trump had literally been a chimpanzee, a fairly large number of people would have still voted for him. But let me explain why. Because it has absolutely nothing to do with Trump. And I mean this. This is a purely economic consideration. So we've been going through some rough times economically in this country, at the very least since 2008, but definitely for the last decade and a half, closing on 2 decades range, right? And over the last 4 years, especially a lot of people have been feeling a lot of pressure, especially since both parties have been allowing a whole lot of fairly wealthy individuals in order to get away with things that they previously hadn't been getting away with. So a lot of individual people, you know, workers, right, people on the ground floor, have been feeling the pinch a lot. So life sucks. So what do you do when life sucks and a vote comes up? You vote against the incumbent. Now, that's the reason why this doesn't really have anything to do with Trump, as strange as that sounds, because if you actually go down the list, and I actually found some interesting info on this, on who had won which elections where, almost none of the incumbent people who are running won their election, because virtually everyone voted against whoever was incumbent. Sorry, I should clarify, because some of you might not know what I mean by that. Incumbent means they're the person who held the post previously. So they were the ones who were in charge when everyone's feeling the pinch economically. And this is a consistent pattern. This goes back well over a century of historical records when it comes to voting. I think I agree, Savacom, is that people will vote against whoever's incumbent specifically because things weren't bad, so get rid of them. That's the logic. The problem is, in reality land, that may or may not actually have any validity, right? I don't know if it has any validity. That's not part of this conversation. But it shed an interesting light into why so many people would vote the way they did. Because again, regardless of the presidency, a lot of people voted a lot of posts out of office this last election.
Enough. Our orders are to stay here. You must feel the tremors getting worse. This place could collapse at any moment. What reason did we have to turn that? Your judgment is at hand.
Yeah, economic effects almost always take a while to take place. Because, of course they do. Duh, right? I do also agree with Bernie Sanders on one really huge thing. Agreed. Something I've heard Sanders talk about a lot lately is how no one ever talks about the slanting of the billionaires. No one ever talks about the distribution of wealth problem. Nobody ever talks about how big of a news story it is that 3 people own more than half of the wealth of the entire country. Because all of the news outlets are held by those same billionaires, so they don't want people to talk about that. Sanders, the anecdote from Sanders in particular comes from him talking about how when people go to ask him, you know, advice, like he gets interviewed all the time because he's kind of a rock star, like it or not. And people ask him stuff all the time about all kinds of things, about, you know, abortion rights or about gun rights, or whatever hot button issues right now. Nobody ever talks about economic disparity. And that is interesting in its own right. Because I do think we have too much economic disparity. And this is probably the one way in which Savacom and I truly fundamentally agree on politics in this country. Go ahead, by the way, Savacom. And that's that I think that we have way too big of a wealth gap. Frankly, I think most people agree with me on that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Wealth gaps existing is not the problem. It is the sheer size and scale of the wealth gap that is the problem. Like, I'm sorry, a billionaire just bought a government office. A government post in this country. We are officially at the point where we have oligarchs. Okay, I don't feel like doing this. There we go. This is a dead end. Perfect. Worth the effort. And nothing. Okay. Oh god, don't even get me started about Citizens United. I don't want to talk about that. I already have a migraine. Why are there so much? You know, I just realized something, and this is actually not a joke. There are more zealots, that is to say the House Malene, because yes, I actually remember the name of the House of the Zealots, than there are every other House Varun person combined in the city. Now that's a little bit of MMO scale going on, but it's still true. How are your eyes burning when I'm stabbing you to death?
My arm's been struck!
That's a little bit more accurate. So, something we were talking about, to go into slightly safer territory for a second, something we were discussing earlier is how magic works in the Final Fantasy rewrites. Have a safe trip, Wolverville. And one of the things Blade developed positive, which I like the idea of, is you have to conceptualize the effect you're causing, right? You have to conceptualize what's happening, which sort of necessitates an understanding of what you're making happen, right? So certain types of spells would, by logical extension, be harder to do because they're harder to conceptualize. I ended up liking that idea quite a lot, and it also helps to really explain why the Ultima spell was so effective against Mateus, but also didn't kill him in the way that it arguably probably should have. Because Mateus had so much power. How do you conceptualize that much power? How do you understand the amount of mana burn that you were doing to him? And this ties into what Huthor said, because how do you conceptualize a billion? And right now, in your head, think of what a billion miles is. I know you can understand it as an abstract, but really try to conceptualize that.
I am re-engaging the heretic.
For God's sakes. Okay, fine, I'll kill you. God.
On target. Glory to the Great Serpent. Critical system damage. Please save the crows. Shutting down. This unit can no longer serve House Varun.
Yes, we have fanatic loaders. Hang on, I'm trying to understand what you said, Savacom. It's your understanding that billionaires are billionaires because they've built it. Am I understanding that correctly? I'm not going to use a word like earned, because earned is a whole other thing when it comes to this kind of category. Okay, so let me. I'm going to use a specific example. Elon Musk is a billionaire because he inherited it, right? I can use him specifically because I have actually looked into that. However, I get where you're coming from, because the problem is wealth naturally, mathematically generates additional wealth. With wealth, you can afford to have other people manage your wealth for you. With wealth, you can afford to take risks other people can't. And with wealth, you can do things that other people cannot do. You can actually literally have options. You have more tools in the toolkit, right? So you have more wealth, so you can build more wealth. But if you're paying attention to that, that necessitates a pre-existing chunk of wealth. You have to have that original chunk of wealth in order to build the new wealth. So, do they build new wealth? Yes. Is that something that should be a thing? Trickier. I do not see any power things in here at all. And I will once again reiterate, and this is purely personal, this is just opinion land at this point, that to me the idea of one person owning, what would that be?
Sensors are no longer picking up signs of
17% of the wealth of an entire country is wrong.
Alert.
Like morally wrong.
Repair impossible.
Now again, that's pure opinion, but that is the way I tend to think. Like I struggle to even comprehend how acceptable that is considered. And you're probably thinking, why is it considered so acceptable? Because it's always been that way. It has always been that way. Like, I shouldn't say always, excuse me, that's being exaggerative. But as far back as I have studied in human history, which goes back to the BC era, we've always had people who just own an inordinate, house of lag, an inordinate percentage of the wealth. That's another thing. Because of how much the super ridiculo wealthy, the billion club people have, it's functionally impossible for them to actually lose their wealth. Oh, there's my battery cell. Oh, I need to get out of here. Run! Anyway, sorry, Savacom said something and I want to catch it as soon as I figure out how to get out of here. There we go, okay. Yeah, let's build houses close to each other, except mine's bigger because I own all the food. Anyways, debt structure is causing more poverty than mathematical disparity. Do you mind clarifying? Having said that, I do agree that our obsession as a species with debt is kind of weird and always has been. Like, that's a good point, Savacom. We as a species treat debt like it's sacrosanct. You ever notice that? It's kind of weird when you really sit back and think about it. I seriously need more of these stupid things. Can I just... No, I can't. Of course I can't. Alright, I need 2 more power supplies, and I only found 1. Okay, now I need 1. That's a skull? No, what is that? No, that's a skull. Okay, cool. That one says run, run, run. Okay, cool. That would be fascinating, Hazardous. Reminder, run daily diagnostics. Jesus. Yeah, people that trade in debt is worse, in my opinion. I do agree with the concept of debt, as weird as that sounds, at a like at a surface level. But we have gone so far down the rabbit hole that debt is being used as leverage to take on more debt, which can then be sold to other companies to try and collect on that debt in order to collect on that debt. And that's not even the craziest thing we're doing right now. That's just a fairly bare bones collection agency kind of a thing that is normalized at this point in time. Like, that's just kind of, huh? So, as usual, going too far tends to be the problem. I know I say that a lot, and I apologize for being a spinning wheel on this, but as usual, it's when we go a little bit too far with things that things tend to go bad. Go figure. Oh my god. Yeah, the sin of usury is getting the Jews to do it for us. Heyo! Sorry, that's not actually funny. Where in the crap? I keep seeing these things and thinking they're batteries because my brain is just looking for anything long and rectangular. So that's what the batteries look like. So I'm just scanning every square inch of everywhere, trying to look for the stupid battery. There's going to be one more somewhere. Catholic joke. Oh god. Give me a sec. Battery. Damn it, J. Palmer. Don't give me your money. Actually, honestly, everything I've been hearing about the current Pope is pretty cool. Go figure. Now, you gotta go back a few hundred years to get to the really bad Popes. Is this like... Are you pulling a Resident Evil on me? You're pulling a Resident Evil on me. They're pulling a Resident Evil on me. Game. Because it sucked. Nice. Roscoe Porter. It deserved to be destroyed. Okay. Can't make the jump. I'm sorry, son. I'm just in a weird mood today. I've got a migraine. I actively have a migraine. It's like dull in the back of my head, but it's there. And I'm doing the side quests of Starfield, so I'm technically in hell. I am the furthest from God that I have ever been in my life. Because I'm playing Starfield. Okay. You'll find the creature. Because they were doing experiments. Here's the best part. We've actually already... we already know what this is. None of this is new. None of this is new. We know all of this crap. I am the maker. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god. Okay, so for those of you not keeping track of what's going on, and I don't blame you for that. Did you seriously just pull that? You gotta be kidding me with this. Just cut my head off. It's okay. I'm ready. Oh, let me get my arms out of the way. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. So, what's going on here is the Zealots have been grabbing unwilling converts and then converting them into cyborg death monsters. We know this because we fought like 20 of them already. It's a regular elite mob in this entire area, in this entire DLC. So this is the quest where they're talking about like what they are and how they function. Which would have worked better if this was like one of the first main story quests we encountered here. But as is, it's just like, oh, it's one of the Reapers or whatever they call them. Okay, cool.
Noise!
Also, the only thing that's different about them is they have more stats. Like, it's not like the teleporting guys or the guys who are weak to whatever. No, it's just these kind of guys. So, most fun I've ever had playing a terrible game. Secret of the Stars. Easy answer. And this is just poor man's Resident Evil. Which is doubly funny. Because Bethesda's actually pretty good at horror. You know? Like, they've done some good stuff. Like freaking vaults in Fallout 3, for God's sakes. That's true, Savicom. Whoops. Wrong gun. There we go. Is this an actual shortcut design? Holy crap. I'm vaguely shocked by this. Where was this in the previous dungeon? What? What? And I saw the donation. I'm not going to ignore it. Just sorry. I'm very confused for a second.
What was that?
There's a cave-in. Oh, did you know you could attack rocks? Because I didn't. Yeah, I was about to say, why have a shortcut to a dead end? I guess it wasn't. That would be really funny, Brigwin. I guess we're outside, so technically we could probably warp now. Yep, no, okay. No, don't travel to Star Trek. What, did my quest finish? No, it's just being weird. Okay. Okay, here we go. Alright, what was that donation? The donation was loading, apparently. Come on. There we go. It's from J. Palmer. Thank you, J. Palmer. I do always and ever appreciate you. Hang on. I still love Savicama's Catholic joke. That would be a really good question, Master Man. I would love to see what was actually happening.
My cousin released. I think House Kadik will be sympathetic to those falsely accused of zealotry.
I am elated that you will finally know.
Leave that. I did, Loke. I'll tell you later. Okay, you might not get this one, Savicom. Man goes to Franciscan and says, if I pray a novena, will I get a Ferrari? Franciscan replies, what's a Ferrari? So the man goes to a Jesuit. Says, if I pray a novena, will I get a Ferrari? Jesuit says, what's a novena? Finally, man goes to a diocesan priest and says, if I pray a novena, will I get a Ferrari? And the diocesan says, yeah, that's how I got mine. If that's too much, I got another one for you. Why would you ever lose your rosary? Because you'll end up searching for decades. That's it. That's it.
Come in, come in, come in.
So, I got some bad news.
By the Great Serpent, no. Please don't tell me.
Okay. You just said don't tell you. So I'm gonna tell you.
No! No! My poor Qasim, no! That stupid fool and his crusading ways. I knew it would get him into trouble, but I never thought it would get this far. How am I ever going to continue without him? He was all I had left.
I'm terrible at that sort of advice, is one of the dialogue options.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
It's true, I am terrible at giving advice.
If nothing else, I have to move forward for Qasim, my parents, and myself. Listen, I wanted to thank you for everything you've done. You risked your life to bring me closure. It's something I'll never forget. I can't offer you much, but I can assure you that my wares will cost you less than before. I hope that's enough. Thank you, traveler. May the Great Serpent guide you on your path.
I would say so, absurdity, no hope. Now, that is presumption on my part. But based on evidence, and presuming that they're not lying to us, everything I've seen shows that the core Bethesda devs do not understand
Keep you.
the mistakes that they have made. That they literally don't understand that this is a bad game.
I saw one of...
Now, I want to be very clear about how I phrase that. Chipotle pork and mango salsa. Corn is my first thought. No memes. Legitimately. I could also see... zucchini, I think. But no, yeah, exactly. They learned all the wrong lessons and they did all the wrong things. And that's arguably been true their whole career. But it's a whole thing. If we are to presume that they are being honest with us, like, okay, sorry, I'm restarting because headache. I shouldn't say headache, it is migraine. It's much worse than headache. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a game, any game. If you enjoy Secret of the Stars or Starfield, no judgment. Everyone has their own things they're looking for. Not everyone cares about certain aspects of a game. I actually got a comment yesterday, I want to say, on my YouTube comments that flat out said, I still enjoy this game because ... and they gave me a full reasoning. And it was because they had curated their experience to the point where they were only playing certain parts of Starfield, and those are the parts they enjoy. No judgment, right? Legitimately. I bring all that up, though, because that's on you, the player, to enjoy whatever you want to. I still think it is... Maybe the word believe is a better word here. I still believe it is the kind of thing where we need to acknowledge that certain games are bad. They may be enjoyable. We may derive enjoyment from them. They may be honest. You know, there's all kinds of cool stuff that can come with that. But we still have to look at Starfield and say, this is a bad game. This is a game that could and should have been much better than it was, and wasn't, because they made this slop instead of bothering to make something actually good. And the problem there is, I think they, as in the developers, have not cognated that basic truth. That they should put out the best game that they can, and not everyone's going to like it, and that's fine. Instead of putting out this. Now, hang on. It's possible this is the best game they could have put out. And if that's true, then that's pathetic. It is possible that this game actually sold well. It's possible that my sister has just shown up with something that's leaking.
It's not leaking.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
What is that?
That's drips that went down the side.
Oh, okay. Hey.
It's not leaking.
But yeah, no, this is sad. I don't have a better word for that. The good
Ramen.
wasn't ready. The good news, God, is it really all the way that way?
Mm-hmm.
The good news is we only have 3 quests left. The bad news is we have 3 quests left. Where's this asshole?
Anyway, I ran out of room. Do you want the rest of my ramen?
Yes, please. Here.
Here you go.
Thank you. She says as she grabbed a meat stick.
Meat sticks are different.
That's true.
Hi, Hourglass.
We Shrine of Redemption. We Shrine of Redemption. Of course it's not listed on the map. Why would it be? Okay, so it's probably one of these spirally thingies, right? So if you see a spiral thingy, say something. Surely there's a second spiral thingy, right? Isn't this a great map, sis? Isn't this amazing?
You should zoom out a little.
The problem is the thing I'm looking for looks like that right there.
Yeah. Now that I've seen it, I can find one.
It says it's north of the city, and there's the city.
Well, then it has to be that one.
That's the Shrine of Obedience. We need the Shrine of Redemption.
Well.
Is that one? Nope, I keep seeing this one. I'm thinking it's one.
Zoom out.
There's Maxo. It's not going to be explored. So it's one of the spots I don't have somewhere in this nonsense. And it won't be out here because all of this is just empty procedural crap.
The trash can is in the way.
Sorry.
You are in the way.
Ugh. I have been removed. This is now the Zan show. She's doing a jig.
This?
Oh,
it's
maybe?
not spiral, but it is tall and
Well, let's try it.
unexplored.
So I was just reading ahead a little bit on the walkthrough for this upcoming quest. It's 4 steps long. Oh my god, it's so strange. I accidentally closed the window. No, I guess we'll have to skip that quest. Okay, so what's the next one? Let's see here.
Was I right? It has a picture.
Yeah.
It has a picture on the map.
I had a,
Wait, look up. Is it that?
not sure because I can't tell what direction I'm facing in. The map is terrible.
We'll go climb the mountain.
There we go. No, I'm facing this.
Yeah, that's where... Oh, wait, no, that's that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And we were going... Well, now I don't know where we were going.
To the right. Ah! Over this way somewhere.
That. You're going to that.
Yeah, okay. Anyways.
The thing on the top of the mountain is closer, though. You should probably go to it first. I suppose you can teleport back. Hey, look, there's the swirly thing you've already explored.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine how much worse this would be if it didn't have a map at all?
Yes, because my sister doesn't know what she just said. So to explain to my sister,
Did you just unlock the map recently?
This game didn't launch with a map. At all. This right here, this was patched in. Oh, hang on. This was patched in. Now, you might have noticed it's literally just a render. It's just the actual map rendered out.
Yep.
With no textures.
Yep.
That's why. It's because it wasn't designed with a map
Oh, hey, look,
in
there's
mind.
another one.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
And there's those, too.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't explored. There's lots of stuff. There's another one there. There's lots of stuff you haven't explored. Why haven't you explored these things yet?
This is a game all about exploration. I'm doing it wrong, clearly.
Yeah, because then your map would have all the little thingies filled in. You just need to run everywhere on foot. That doesn't look like a shrine.
It really doesn't.
It's not going to be a shrine.
But it'll be up.
Uh-huh.
I love this visuals, too. It's so easy to
what's
see
that
what
over
I'm
there?
doing. Which what?
Up there on top of that mountain. Have you explored that?
I don't know.
Okay.
That would be horrible. Hourglass, you reminded me of something I said earlier this
Are there
morning.
any other shrines besides that one? Can we tell that
There
all
are
of the...
4 shrines.
Yes, but have you explored any of the
Nope.
others? Okay,
I
so...
only found the one.
Gotcha.
So, I said this morning...
So we have no way of knowing if their iconography is different.
Correct. This is a AAA game. And I am very...
Is AAA good or bad?
I am very proud of that
Hey, that looks like an
particular,
up. Climb that.
appellation because it so accurately describes what kind of game this is. This is exactly what AAA gaming has become.
This looks like a lot of
No,
jumping
it's cool.
puzzles
It's cool.
that
It's
I
cool.
would fucking fail.
It's fine. Everything's
Suicide.
fine. Okay. Wait for our booster to come back. Okay. Almost didn't make that. Yeah, there's the shrine we know.
Yeah. I know, it's pretty obvious. That looks like an up.
I mean, honestly, AAA games have been bad for a while. This is really nothing new. It's just getting worse.
Asinine, absurd, and abysmal. Thank you.
It's not actually what it stands
he still
for.
didn't
by the
answer
way.
me.
What does AAA actually stand for? I don't think it stands for anything.
Hey, there's a person and he's shooting at you.
Yep, he's about to die. Come here.
He's considering shooting at you.
He thought about it.
Very hard. There was another guy over
Excuse
there.
me.
I
Excuse
forgot
me.
about those guys.
Okay, so
So now we've been to this, and this was not a shrine,
it also looks like it didn't unlock a map point.
which is absurd. It's a really...
Well, we've got some height.
Okay, let's go back to the map.
Hang on.
That's not the map.
Yeah,
Right.
so that is, yep, that's obedience. We already know that one.
Yep. We haven't found any of the others yet.
Nope.
And it did say it was north of the city.
Although, no, those are new. Up
What
top.
what
The
are-
black spots.
These unknown.
Yeah, they're not it. It's just, it's interesting that all of a sudden there's unexplored stuff there. No, the term, oh, I forget what AAA comes from.
This looks like it would be something that would need exploring. So does this.
Well.
So does that. Hey, there's a thing.
Yeah, I used to actually know where AAA came from
There's another
originally.
thing.
Like the original, not epidemiology, what's the term? Language. Where language comes from. It's something I find fascinating as a study, and I just can't think. Can't think of the term for it.
Dunno. What about this?
That might be one.
It's not north of the city, it's...
It really isn't, but it might. Etymology. Etymology. That's what I was thinking of. Not too hard.
Sorry, that was me trying to...
Okay.
find a thing. What do you want to bet it's this?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's that.
Well, it's straight south of us.
Yep. There you go. Try going there.
All right.
That's also not north of the city.
Nope. So south is this way. Here. Oh, you want to see how bad the map really is? Go on one of the procedural planets sometime. And look at how almost everything looks like it's built on a grid. I think it was that right there. I think. Or that. I think it's actually
I think it's that. It was big.
Yeah, it is. But no, like, am I wrong? This is a AAA game. This is the new definition. The seminal. This is the new seminal example of what AAA games mean. Like, we could point to Star Wars Outlaw, but no. Star Wars Outlaw is a broken, buggy mess. That's a Ubisoft game. This is a AAA game. There's probably a road, and I'm making this harder. Yeah. Okay, fine.
You could probably make that jump.
Probably. Why are there so many zealots? The zealots outnumber the citizens. See? I told you it was a road. And I'm taking damage from running, though.
Are you sure you're not taking damage from zealots?
Yep.
But something just shot at you.
Yep. Didn't do jack to me, though.
Okay. What is this? This does also not look like shrine.
That's a custom weapon is what that is. So our reward for coming here
is
a custom
blood.
weapon. Yeah, it's okay.
Bleeding
It's okay.
everywhere.
It's my blood. Don't worry about it.
Okay, hold on, stop.
I gotta... Okay, fine. I gotta kill people if you want me to stop.
Well, okay, look up. That's the opposite of up. Is that the shrine we were just at? No. Try going there. Do we know that one?
That's a weather vane.
Oh, well, that's not helpful. No, that's the other big thing that I was saying it could be.
Ah, it is. That's way over there.
Well, go.
Nearest would probably be this one.
No, it's actually probably that one.
Well, I'd be up... Is there a path up there?
It looks like it right there.
Yeah, all right. Just ignore him. So, south.
Why?
Why, what?
Why are they? Make it go away, Bragwin.
Yeah, Bragwin, could you deal with that, please? Bragwin's probably not even there right now. Thank you. We've actually had plenty of decent large-scale games lately. Although, honestly, I would...
This is not quite a road.
No, but it
It's
counts.
good
You were right.
enough.
You were right. But I would honestly, and I don't want to split hairs, but I would say a lot of the really good games we've had lately are AA games that people are calling AAA because they've been really high quality.
Okay. Up the... Yeah, right there. Like where you're straight.
Yeah, like Baldur's Gate 3 is a perfectly good example.
I need a chair.
When your head of development has to take out multiple loans and effectively sell his house in order to fund the development of your game, you are not a AAA game. I'm sorry. Like, by definition.
Did I bring my phone down here?
Not that I have seen.
Okay. Trash can continues to be in the way.
That is its job. Baldur's Gate 3 was a weird one. What are you yeah, it's getting pretty bad.
Format has a hole in it.
I know. It's actually got like 3.
Left. Right there.
Okay, you're right. We should go this way.
Did you just cheat?
No, of course not. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Totally real sound effects from the game. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we made it. It is the Way Shrine of Perseverance. It was a Way Shrine. Not the one we needed, but one of them. Congrats. Oh, hi. Hey, look, it's another one of the Resident Evil things we fought like 3 of now. Yeah, he's got health. Look, my health is actually moving.
You have health? Oh, you do have health right
Yeah,
now.
it's the white bar. Because white is what I associate with a health bar in video game design.
Oh, yeah. But green really wouldn't fit the aesthetic.
Yeah, no, that's why they didn't do it. They said, screw good game design. That's an... Okay, I almost attacked her, but she's just a citizen, so... Thankfully...
As made obvious by the fact that she was just kind of meandering
There was a
up the
person
stairwell.
there. I saw movement, okay? I was in kill mode.
Okay, so this isn't the one that we wanted. So let's go back to the map.
Anyway, so what we're actually going to do is we're going to abandon all the side quests forever. I know you wanted me to do the side quest, but this is ridiculous. Like,
no, I'm determined. We're going to find this damn shrine.
Well, hang on. Let me go pull the walkthrough back up.
No! Find it!
Nope, it's done. We're done.
Meanie. Bragwin, Lore's being mean to me. Bragwin's like mom now.
Why are you... hang on. So that's the shrine.
That is north of the city.
That is technically true.
Yeah.
I would also say that's in the
directly
city.
north of the
yeah, that's
city.
like that because the city limit is actually the edge of this crater right here. So
yeah.
That is as close to not being in the city as it is possible to humanly be.
Mr. Bread, yeah, you're like the fourth cousin.
Twice
that
removed.
Only shows up at the family reunion.
Savacom says I need to take over the world. I don't know, every time I tell my niece that, she says, no, then everyone will die.
She's not wrong.
Hey. No faith in me. I see how it is. Okay, sure. I'll accept. No, I got it. It's right there. I can see the damn thing.
That didn't stop you last time.
Well, fair. But I might... ow. Okay, that, I took some damage. So the white health bar is the health bar. The blue health bar is...
Why are there ghosts?
You know, I still don't have a good answer for that. And I've finished the main story quest here. So, they made this big bubble. That's why this whole place is a crater instead of a city.
Okay.
And the bubble made a bunch of that stuff show up.
And that stuff turned
Turned them into ghosts.
Okay, so we don't run through that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we can. Here, watch this. I am one with eternity. Okay, that's all that happens. It doesn't do anything.
It just teleported you out of it?
Yeah, it's really cheap. This whole game is really cheap. Okay, and then...
Are you cutting through
up the cliff
terrain?
edge. Terrain does not exist. Walls are a suggestion. Okay, there's a way shrine of redemption. We did it. We made it. They're still aggro to us because they don't understand that we just went through the wall. Okay, new quest. Go. What? Hey!
What was the quest?
He didn't say anything. There we go.
Oh, he wasn't standing in the right spot.
Oh, I'm in aggro. So he's like, hey, I can't talk to you because you're fighting that thing over there. Wait, hang on. I am invisible. Or hidden. Or gosh. What? Why? What? Wait, we got a bit of green there. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Let's go over. We haven't even been over here, and we're aggro to something. I'm not sure what. Are you what we're... Oh, it's one of the teleporting mobs. Who can't stop teleporting.
Because he's stuck in the wall. Because you went through the wall.
No,
and he teleported to follow you.
Stop existing. Stop existing. Okay, hang on. We gotta pull out our ultimate weapon. Oh, it worked. Never mind. We're good.
Did you learn your lesson?
Nope. Okay, we're up. Let's make sure. Yep, okay. We are now hidden.
There's a V in it.
Yeah, I gotta...
It's not just wom. It's wom. It's like...
Are we truly
V-U...
I welcome you, fellow traveler.
Okay, give me your quest.
Seeking redemption for your sins.
Yes.
Not wom. It's wom. It's backwards. It's like V-U-W-O-M.
I haven't committed any sins.
Ah, truly? You are not the first to come here having lived a life utterly free of sin.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Let us pretend for a moment that you
Yeah.
had sinned.
Mouth.
And Bragwin says it's voom, voom, voom.
Yeah, there's no
voom.
W's.
Even then, it would not
No,
be
there's a
my place
W.
to judge.
It's Wom.
Sin and redemption.
Wom.
I suspect you have yet to walk the path of redemption.
I like how all of us are just talking over this guy because nobody cares.
Time that is right for all. I would be.
Please do.
Thank your kindness. Spread across.
It's not silent. I can hear it.
Way shrines.
It's Wom.
Each offers word.
Are you
to
done
sin.
yet?
We first come.
No, no, you weren't there last night when I was complaining about this game. This is how this game is. This is
I
the
popped
quest here
on
is so
randomly
simple.
and saw somebody say, "You just want this to end, lore."
I mean, I do, but
I was sitting at a bar in a restaurant
I
while
was
I was typing to
wondering
you guys.
because you were like, I can't hear right now, and that was a confusing sentence. Oh, we got it. I think we got the quest. Okay.
I'm helping.
The great
Ah!
offers mercy to the faithful.
Okay. You okay?
Elbow.
Sorry.
No, I put myself at a weird angle when I went up to go get that.
Grant your mercy to the
Okay, so yeah, you can have the killing scratcher. No, don't, no. Okay, please don't do that.
I'm helping.
You are no longer helping. Perfect. That actually feels good. All right, so no. Oh god. Okay. I've been drugged.
May the great serpent
I didn't-
guide your
No, maybe. Actually, I think you did. Oh my god, you did. Yeah. Okay, there.
Perhaps with House Kadik in charge.
Does that
House
not
Malina
count
will make
for the
its return.
quest?
No, you have to do something for it.
Why not?
Read the words on the path of redemption. There was a path you were supposed to take to get up here.
Yeah, well, I did.
You didn't.
No, I did. It was just a little bit more in the air than most people's.
Through the rocks.
This is just my life. This is just my life. I'm lost. Lost and alone forever. In the realm of the oh my god. Okay, so hang on, let me go kill these guys. And hopefully my sister won't kill me while I'm killing these people.
He is not holding still.
Yeah, well, he's dead. Perfect. Well, okay, now we're slow. This is now what's happening. Hang on, let me just... You haven't been to bed yet, have you? Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm just very amused.
I mean, this is the game to be amused at. If there's any game to just laugh at, it's Starfield. You like how after they teleport away, I can keep killing them because that doesn't actually move them for several seconds after they teleport?
Until they've rendered at the new spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they just sit there for when I can just keep being like,
yeah,
die.
Brightwin, I've been fever free for a few days now. I've lost track of when my fever broke because I couldn't tell what days were while I was under fever. Because I would wake up and it would be dinner time again, and hey, that looks like a thing you should go to.
Oh god. Perfect. Not as perfect. Not as perfect. Oh, I don't think I do, but let me double check. Oh Jesus. Did you
I
crash
can't
my
hear
game?
anything anyway.
You might have crashed my game. Oh, no, we're okay, Alright, that would have been... If it's
Yeah,
if it's
they
not this
didn't
one,
know
it's not
what
anyway.
mine was, Bragwin. Because I had literally my only symptoms were fever, fatigue, and soreness. And so they like tested me for all the things and were like, drink some fluids and sleep it off. If you don't get better in a few days, then
Please don't. Please don't. The game's
go
already
see your
crashed.
other doctor.
Okay, perfect. Oh no, this was after. This was after the death.
He's twitchy.
Yeah. So this is a duel to the death, right?
Okay.
And as part of this quest, we can help one side or the other win. Now, what happens when the duel happens, depending on which side you picked, is a whole custom animation place, which is clearly motion captured of the two fighting, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's surprisingly impressive in a game this crap.
Okay.
What happens is the guy runs over and he's like, duel, and the duel obviously finishes over here, right?
Okay.
So then he's laying there, and that guy, the guy who kills him, slowly walks back over to here with like this contemplative thing, like, oh my god, I just killed him.
And he twitches the whole time?
No.
Because he's twitching.
Because you have to understand, all of this is still part of the same animation.
Okay.
Once the animation finishes, which is marked by him getting all over here, then it goes back to default gameplay mode. And the moment it does that, that's when he dies. When you die in this game, you play a sound effect. So picture the human death sound in WoW.
Okay.
So he walks over and is like, oh, I've done this horrible thing. Then he starts twitching. Are you gonna be okay now that you've killed your brother?
Yeah, Hourglass. They
Here, let me help you with your grief.
They said it's not strep, it's not the flu, it's not COVID, it's not a UTI, it's not pneumonia, walking or otherwise, it's not the flu. I think I said that.
He is actually stuck in the ground.
Viral.
He is actually stuck in the ground. Look, I can't detach him from the ground. He is stuck to the ground.
Did you forget you put super glue on him before you killed him?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's my fault.
Are you gonna go back to your correct save point?
I guess.
Yeah, but a cold doesn't normally give you a fever. Oh, I'm all better now, Hourglass, but thank you.
Driving through a vehicle through crowded city is frowned upon by local authorities and Sarah. She's dead.
I was sick for a week, Hourglass. They were checking in on me because this is like the first they'd seen me since I got back. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
Wacky.
You whacked me, not the keyboard.
You're supposed to read all the shit, though. You can't boom, boom, and read the shit. Is that the first thing you have to go read?
Here, let's just give ourselves infinite stamina while we're at it. Fast, boom, boom.
Hi, Graham. They are shooting at you from wherever they happened to have teleported to.
Yeah.
It kind of did, yeah. Read, read, read.
Okay, next. I'm contemplating the drugs. Can I stop contemplating the drugs now?
No.
Come on now.
Okay. Nope.
My quest hasn't updated. What?
It says 1 of 4. You've done it. I have to find the rest of them.
Oh, it's so much worse than I thought it was.
What?
Okay, so I think I've officially seen enough to give this a negative. So we're gonna do that.
Now what? Were you supposed to do them in a certain order?
No. So the quest, I'll explain why this is a negative, okay? How many of you have played Morrowind? Okay, so in Morrowind, for those of you who haven't played, which is her, I was going to use that as a physical, but that's okay, scratch. No, not me, scratch yourself. Although it does feel good. All right, so you... that's just... You start at Morrowind, And they added quest markers later, but Morrowind at launch didn't actually have quest markers, which meant they had to use descriptions in order to convey where exactly you had to go at any given point in time, right? Now, for the overwhelming majority of the time, those descriptions were well read. In fact, I think there's exactly one exception to that. It's part of the Ashlanders quests, where the description is not indicative. And I plan to give that one instance a negative, but otherwise, Morrowind is probably going to be pretty legit in its descriptions. You can navigate without needing a marker or anything like that. What are you doing? And that's all good, right? That's all a good thing, and that's all something that should be mentioned as said good thing. But now imagine you're playing a game like, oh, I don't know, random example, Starfield, which gives you very vague directions. In fact, I can actually write these directions. Go to the valley and up the slope is the direction. I know that because I can read it right here, despite my sister desperately trying to prevent me from reading or doing anything right now. Give me my back scratcher. Give me my back scratcher. I'll give you gummy beans, Couriers, if you want. If you give me my back scratcher. That's true, Plutonia. But point remaining. So this quest right here is a quest that has no quest markers, as previously described. This feels unfair.
He didn't say I had to let you keep it.
I suppose that's true. So just to be very clear about this, let's go ahead and go back over here.
Go into the valley.
Hang on.
Hold on, there was a marker. Open your map back.
Hang on. I know it's there. That's because I've already been there. Okay, so we're up here, right? We're at the listing post. And the directions are, go to the valley and up the slope. Okay? So.
Isn't everywhere a valley from here?
I mean, yeah, let's get some height, you know? Because that's probably what I would do first thing, right? Like, let's get some height. Let's fall from some height. What the hell? It was very strange. Oh, it's because it doesn't go all the way up. How do you get to the top? Oh, it's... So let's use cheats to go where we're not even supposed to be able to be. Vroom, 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 vroom. Okay, we're at the top. Okay, cool. Now, go into the valley and up the slope.
Well, that's a valley, and that's a valley. And that's a valley, and that's a valley.
Yeah.
And that was something you just ran through.
Yep, didn't mean to. I'm actually a little turned around now.
Hey, what are those?
Those
bubbles?
are bubbles of space-time.
Oh.
So, negative
the only
to
way that
gameplay.
doesn't have an up a slope is that way.
Yeah. So, negative to gameplay. Moving on. I don't need to see any more of that crap. Next is... looks like over here. So let's go here and go straight south. You know, it'd be nice to be able to warp your car to you in a game like this. Only one negative. We're here to be fair. As much as this is a baseball bat game, we don't need to, like, invent reasons to hate on Starfield. Alright, now...
That looks like a thing.
Which thing?
There's a bird.
Hello, bird.
There's birds.
Hi, bird.
Burb.
Bird was the word.
Right there. See?
Where? Oh, the wind things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to the wind things.
Bum, bum, bum.
Ba-ba-da. See, she's the one I got this from. Or, I actually don't remember who started that. We came up with that many years ago. And it led to a night of insanity. So I'll go and talk about this. I have nothing else to talk about right now.
No, we have to do it when we're doing WoW.
Okay, apparently I can't talk about that right now.
It's a car.
Yep. Can't commandeer it, of course.
Well, that's dumb.
So we're just going to move on immediately.
Is that a zombie?
Hello, are you a zombie, sir?
No.
Good enough.
Your sins against the great sir.
How are they?
They're gummy bears.
Yeah, no, but it's a new brand. I'm trying it out.
This is the brand. This brand makes the best sour gummy bears.
Ah, I'll have to look at those.
They're soft.
Good night, Chip. I was going to say, one of the things I like most about them is that they're soft. I don't like hard.
That looks like a burb.
Hello, burb.
That's a burb mantis.
Burbing mantis.
It's a burb mantis.
Walks up to
It
says,
looks
bird
like
up.
it looks like Starfield version of Chocobo.
Hello,
You should
Chocobo.
be able to ride it.
That would be cool. But even the car on this game handles terribly. so
They're
maybe it
making a
wouldn't be as
Minecraft movie.
cool. I saw.
It looks horrid.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
I want to go see it,
I don't want to see it in the theaters,
but I want to see it.
but I kind of want to see it too.
Okay.
Because it looks terrible.
It really does. It does so. You leave me and my burbs alone. It looks like a burb chocobo. Mantis. Like praying mantis and a chocobo had a baby.
You know, the voice acting in this game is terrible, except for the horrified screams they all give when they
The
die.
Minecraft movie, Dream Whisperer. That does not look like a shrine. You went the wrong way.
No, this is it.
That's not a shrine.
Yep.
You're supposed to be going to read things.
Yeah, I have abandoned that quest. We're done.
Oh. But that was the quest you were doing. What
Yep.
quest are we doing now?
Well, we're trying to find a quest. At the Hill Country Power Relay. Alright.
If you... How are you...
That's not true, Plutonia. Both my sister and I want to see the film because it's going to be a truly terrible film.
Yeah.
That's the
I like
audience
bad
for the Minecraft
films.
film. It's people who like terrible films.
It's a Jack Black film.
I mean,
Yes. See? Looks like burb.
The great serpent will have you.
I'm not watching it because I hate it. I'm watching it because I think it's going to be really bad and I would really like for it to be good, but I will probably be amused regardless.
spoilers.
There's a
it will
guy
not be
shooting
good.
at you through the floor.
Yeah, I was trying to find out where he is. He's actually up there. Oh, the turret. I wonder. I could float up to him, but I don't need to float. I need to float. Okay, got it.
Yeah, Blade Travolta.
I mean, he died, so.
There are lots of really bad movies that I've enjoyed. Like the one about the space, fucking... What were they? The flying things.
You have to go a little bit more precise than that.
Shit. I
Just
can't-
a little.
like, I can,
Just give me something.
They were like not quite
What were they doing?
saving the world.
That sounds
What
like
do they
Independence
always
Day.
do? Huh?
Sounds like Independence Day.
No, that's aliens.
Did you just say aliens?
Yeah, but that's just aliens. This was like stupid romance. Not
Oh,
like
God. Was it Jupiter
flying-
Ascending?
Yes, that one. Thank you, Grim.
That is a truly terrible film. I will agree with that.
It was, and I very much liked it, and I love how Grim got that from aliens that weren't quite angels.
Well, also, we were going for, like, terrible sci-fi films, and while there is a list of those, it's actually smaller than you'd think. Like, most people haven't heard of the truly terrible sci-fi films because nobody watched them.
You're not getting a quest here, so why are we here?
Oh, I'm trying to look for a quest.
You probably have to do the side quest to get to it.
No, I need to go in. How do I go in?
Well, you find a door. It's not down here. It's probably up. Walk around on that side of the platform.
This is the beginning of a quest, by the way. Someone has to come here and then find a door, and that's where the quest actually starts.
No, it's gonna be down.
Yeah, no, it has to be down. It's a tomb.
Yeah. But, like, you haven't walked around the whole
Hang on,
place.
hang on.
Last time you couldn't find the fucking ladder, so...
Let me make sure we're
It's
actually
okay, Bragwin. You can make... You can make
Oh, we're not actually in the right spot. Okay.
whatever the joke is, because I either won't get it or will also laugh at you. It.
Please don't laugh at Bragwin. She's cool.
Yeah, I meant it.
You're calling Bragwin an it? Oh my god!
No, I was trying to say laugh at it and laugh with you, and so it came out laugh at you. That looks like a thing.
It does.
They're doing stuff to that goop.
Yeah. They're probably eating it.
I think the goop is eating them. Yeah,
Has a pickup line ever worked in the history of the human race, though?
if it didn't, they wouldn't exist.
I don't believe that. There's plenty of things that don't work that exist.
They work for somebody, that's why they
Like
exist.
the Electoral College. That's it. That's my one political joke for the day. I get one. Tomb of the Fang. Here we go.
Is this where you were supposed to be the whole time?
Well, for this quest.
Hey, that's a door.
You know what? Yeah, I don't care about those people. Hello? Anyone in here? Hello?
Go down. There's a down.
Hello?
There's a people.
Hello?
That
Anybody
people had a face.
Yeah, but anybody willing
then
to
it
talk to me? Are
exploded.
you willing to talk to me?
There's a door.
Hello? And you know what? McDonald's ice cream machines. There's another thing that exists that doesn't work. Also, the Chiefs.
Has a good point.
That's a good point. Did he just jump over me?
So that he wouldn't die, yeah.
Well, it didn't work.
Well, he didn't die that time.
Vindicator, it's you.
Hey, I found your quest.
Stolen. I need help. Please. I'm injured. Please. Do you have a med? Thank you. There.
Helping.
I was deep in med.
Making it go faster.
Not only did some of them stick. Sir.
Vibrating your keyboard off.
Yes, you are.
Of my revered ancestor.
Is this your new keyboard?
Makara. Not only
No,
was
the new
Makara
keyboard
a
doesn't work.
mighty
It's-
warrior,
I've already
she
packaged
also
it up for
commanded
returning.
the star- It was a most.
There's no keyboards that are good anymore.
I came here to protect this
I'm
place.
actually really irritated.
Those accursed spacers. No doubt they're all. Now I.
Get a manual?
Any honor I'm.
What do you mean?
Get a manual keyboard.
Oh,
it
I have
wounds
one.
my
It's
pride to
right here.
admit it. There's
Use
too
the
much at stake
mechanical
to turn.
keyboard.
If
No.
you truly. There are 3
You're just mad because you can't find one that
It's a
does
large
this.
facility.
Kinda, yeah.
Probably need to do some.
They still make keyboards that do that.
You're that good.
I'm not sure I agree with that sentence.
Well, I don't have my phone to prove you wrong.
You're probably right.
See?
Okay, retrieve heirlooms. Where are these heirlooms?
Over there. She is she's looking at a skull.
Yeah. Yes.
Think of what Grim said.
Yeah, exactly. One player plays, the other person skips.
Yeah. I spam the enter key while he takes bites of foods.
That doesn't help in this exact case.
You're not clicked in the game.
Yep.
It wants us to find the heirlooms. We're trying
This
to figure
is
out
a
where the
long
heirlooms
freaking
are.
quest. Look at this, sis.
Why are you still doing it? What time is it?
Way too late. Okay, so I have read the whole quest now.
And we don't
Holy
know where
crap.
the heirlooms
And,
are.
we're not doing that. So let's just give it its own negative. Let's just move on.
Go find some rando.
Okay. Yeah, no, I saw. Okay, so last quest. Well, I'm just gonna read. I'm just gonna straight read this one.
His negative. No, open the thingy back up.
What?
His negative thingy right now says 27. Go find some rand. Hold on, that's
Rand
22,008 Morrowind. Secondary heirloom trapezing and 29. Double check frame rate of Atlantis dungeons
Yep.
because I've been helping.
She is very helpful.
I am.
All right, so we're in the middle of a tomb, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know about you. I don't want to be in my tomb. Or this tomb. Or in this star system. So I'm going to leave the star system. Is that okay?
So where are you going to now?
I'm going to go to Alpha Centauri.
Are you not done with this game yet?
Well, we're going to be done with this game in just a second.
Like, what are you even trying to do right now?
We'll watch.
Tailor a vehicle's driving characteristic to your taste in the settings menu.
By the way, you cannot tailor a vehicle's driving characteristics in the settings menu.
But it says that you should tailor your vehicle's
But you
driving
can't! There's
characteristics.
no customization! Someone I know who likes the vehicles in this game complained about how you can't customize them.
But it says right there that you can customize them to your taste.
Oh, do you see that, sis?
What?
The frame drops.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it frame dropped?
Because this game was optimized on duct tape.
Got it. So this is just like legit we can't render shit because we don't know how?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that badly optimized. Yeah, no. Okay, so I just wanted to double check. because they said they improved the frame rate in the patch notes. And so I thought I'd go to the absolute worst frame rate spot we had, the one plot that was 100% repeatable, and just test it. And yeah, no, that's pretty bad. So you know what that means,
But is
right?
it better?
That means we're done with the game. Now, I do need you to scooch a little bit.
You need to add a 30. We didn't finish the game because it sucked
No,
that
we
bad.
finished the game. We're done.
You didn't.
No, we did.
You didn't do all the things.
No, I didn't. But
So you need to add a 30. We
someone
didn't
in
do all
chat,
the things.
tell my sister what PFR stands for.
We didn't do all the things.
Technically, yes. That's not what it stands for.
But zucchini is delicious.
It is delicious.
You should slice the zucchini in strips and roast it in the oven with a bit of garlic, salt, and Parmesan. And have zucchini fries.
So it's possible, feasible, reasonable. Also, you can type !PFR in chat to get a link to the video that describes that. So when it comes to reviews, we do everything that is possible.
And don't forget to hit like and subscribe.
Feasible, don't do that. And reasonable.
But if you don't hit like and subscribe, then you...
Don't hit like and subscribe. Do not. Don't. Okay. Get that hand off that mouse.
Subscribe. That sounds like him.
What did I do? I did. I skipped about 40 hours of the game. That's true. This is an 80-hour game, by the way. Yeah, let's have
And you skipped half of it?
No, I skipped 40 hours of it.
Yeah, that's half.
No.
80 divided by 2.
That would be 1/3 of the game.
80 divided by 2.
Yeah, I did 80 hours. There are another 40, so I skipped a third.
That's not what I heard. I heard it's an 80-hour game.
Oh, no. Our playthrough was 80 hours. Hang on. Let's just play some Stellaris. That feels like good stuff.
You don't want to play StarCraft?
I mean, I do want to play StarCraft, but... Hey, Eddie Ori. Oh, my God.
I got excited thinking Blizzard was coming out with a new MMO.
Which one?
Turns out it's not an MMO. It was just an RPG.
Which one?
I don't know. The one that popped up on the thing and was
Oh,
pretty.
so she's talking about Avowed, which is actually an Obsidian game, which is now being put on Battle.net because Microsoft owns both.
Oh, well. This is not my fault. It showed
might
up on BNet.
Be a good game.
But it's not an MMO.
Correct.
And that made me sad.
Thank you for the sub, Eddie Ori. If you know what you want to put that towards, up to 3 things. Please let me know.
What time is it?
It is too late. It's 1:28. Is Avowed out?
No. You can pre-order.
I was gonna say. Yeah, it's an Obsidian game, so that's odds are on that one. What is this?
It's in pre-order.
Please wait. When does it say when it comes out? Oh, there it is. February. All right, get off my list.
He needs a break and a nap.
My head really hurts.
We'll be back at 3.
No. So now we got to do the wrap up because we're done with the game. So we got to actually figure out what it scored.
Shit.
Yeah, but like I'm a little bit more precise than that. The good news is I've already done pretty much all of the extra stuff that needs to be done in order to make this happen. So the spreadsheet's already updated. The documents are ready to go. All I have to do is trust my sister to keep you entertained for about 2 minutes while I go AFK briefly. I shouldn't actually go. I could probably do that, but I probably don't want to break my chair. We'll do this instead.
Good job.
Almost. There we go.
Grim says you're taking a screaming break.
Yes.
You should go on the other side and just yell a couple of times. It was even funnier from my perspective, Bragwin. Yes, very majestic. And he's always in shorts. Like, he used to wear pants, and I was like, why are you wearing pants and complaining about being hot the whole time? Like, they can't see you from the waist down. Hell, you guys can't see me from the boobs down in this chair. Wow, Tensei. 7 ears, huh? I don't know if that's a long or a short period of time. Yeah, I wear a lot of capris too, Bragwin. I'm wearing leggings right now. Bootcut leggings. No problem. We really need to, like, actually sit down and do that. We're gonna have to start over again, though. Or at least watch them. Yeah, these are flared legs. Bootcut / bell bottom / whatever the hell. They get wider at the feet, but they're also like 8 inches too long, so they might as well be socks. Because they don't make pants that fit me. I'm going to use my brother's phone to text my husband and see if he will bring me my phone. There we go. I just texted my husband from Laura's phone and said, "Will you bring me my phone? ? Love, wife." This is life. I am a slightly lazy person. Yeah, Zar, my toes get cold, but that's why I have heated, like, sock shoe things and a heater in my office. I bet. Yeah, no, it is a blast. Actually, he has my face saved, so my face unlocks his phone. I have no idea what his passcode is. Yeah, I have a heater that goes under my desk, and the heated sock boot things are basically like a heated blanket, but in sock shoe form. When my phone arrives, if my phone arrives, I will post a Amazon link to the thing that I bought, so you can see Savacom. Because if you're like me and your feet get cold all the time, like, they're great. Yeah, Czar, it's yep. What's funny is Apple recently had an update where they made it so that you can't have 2 different faces unlock your phone, but because we had already set my face as the secondary face before that update came through, it thinks that my face is his face. No, I have poor circulation in my hands and my feet, and so my hands and my feet get cold a lot. Feet more than hands. puppies? No, I like deep puppies. I mean, I'm going to be participating in it, so yeah, I guess. Oh, I found a lure. Look, guys, it's a wild lure. They are excited about your shorts and say that you are very graceful.
Thank you, I think.
We did dead puppies, apparently. We need to do another Mario Kart run tournament.
Okay. When are we doing this?
I don't know.
Okay.
Wait, did you say why or when?
When?
Oh, I don't know. Did my husband respond?
Nope.
Ooh.
No, the last time you had something like that, I had to actually go up there and physically be like, hey. I have been teaching the middle one how to play games.
The eldest could, but like she's temperamental.
So, real quick announcement thing. This is technically for my sister as well. I'm not sure if we're playing WoW today.
Why?
Because my head really hurts.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is I'm going to finish this wrap up.
But I downloaded Classic.
And
I woke up at 6 and downloaded Classic because I thought it would take a while.
I obviously want to play
kidding.
WoW today. Oh, please don't do that right now.
I'm kidding.
Oh yeah, I need to cut off the guessing game. But so what's gonna happen is I'm gonna lay down. As soon as I finish all this stuff and
He's
do the
gonna
wrap
eat
up.
the ramens.
Yeah, there's gonna be ramen in my future, and I'm gonna lay down. And depending on when I get up will determine things.
Eh. It doesn't sound weird. I tell him that all the time. Do you know how many times I've had to be like, go, if you don't believe me, go ask the stream. And he comes on and asks the stream, and the entire stream is immediately like, no, dude, your health.
You must die for your health. Wait. Not yet, Savicon. Please be patient with me. Just 1 second. Let me do all this thing.
He's putting numbers and stuff into the stuff things. And I hate it. And it deserves, beyond all reason, triple negatives. 4 negatives.
Where did you read that?
24 through 27.
Oh, yeah. That tracks.
Don't say what you're referencing.
No,
there.
I do. It's just, it's alphabetized right now to keep it easier to punch in. In the actual thing, I say it. But, you know. You can see why I do the alphabetizing. See.
Mm-hmm. Because it makes it easier to figure out how many you have.
Mm-hmm. Hate. God. Like my new color gradient?
Sure.
Aw, she doesn't like it. Relatively new. I don't remember what the command is, but you can actually see the audit sheet. It's public. And there's a new color gradient thing to make it a little bit more easy to visually distinguish, you know, the good from the bad, from the awful from the terrible.
No, he didn't, Mr. Red, but he did.
No, I did.
He
for all
skipped
intents and
40
purposes.
hours of gameplay.
In every way that matters, we done.
It is my job to come downstairs and give him laughs while he is doing bad games.
This is true.
There is one particular, I don't remember which one it is, but there was one bad game that got a positive because I came down.
Which one was that?
I don't remember. I like this.
What?
There are 8 things in positive. 8.
Yeah. Yeah. There's good. I think
There are
that's
8
the word.
good.
There are 8 good.
There were more than 8 bad.
No, we don't.
Just,
we don't look at
just
the bad.
to MSQ.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong.
I don't remember Savicom. But there was one game that I came down and I happened to spend like a couple of hours down here doing weird things.
In other words, just being herself.
Yeah.
I was talking about this morning on the Discord. So here's the negatives. There are more than 8. This might be the least buggy Elder...
Wait, did you add in the bug about the thing with the guy twitching?
That's not... no, it's short. That's not actually negative worthy, as weird as that sounds.
Okay. So it's not just any bug.
No, correct. It has to be... The whole definition... Actually, hang on. Can anyone in chat tell my sister the definition of a positive and or negative? No, we account for delay.
Mm-hmm.
Things are noteworthy enough. There you go. Blade Taval gets it. It has to actually add to the experience or detract from the experience to qualify. So, for example, by definition...
What's a gotcha?
Imagine you're playing a Mario game. That's the easiest way to explain this. Oh, here's a jump. What do you do?
Jump.
Oh, there's an enemy you didn't see. Gotcha.
Ah.
Gotchas are pretty universally bad design.
Hyper beam fail.
Yep.
What is a hyper beam fail?
So a hyper beam moment is the positive version of that. It's when the game just lets you just go nuts and have fun for a minute, right? It's usually at the culmination of something, right? You do the whole dungeon, you're doing this whole thing,
You
beat the
do
boss.
that one dungeon where you're in the underwater thing and it has the hallway of doom, but you get to the last boss where you're fighting the kraken in the wall, and then you get the...
Yes, actually, that is a good example of a hyper beam moment. That took me a moment, but yes, she's talking about a dungeon from Cataclysm, Throne of Tides, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
A hyper fail moment would be that, but imagine it's like arduous, or you don't move right, or you can't use your abilities, or the boss has 1 trillion health, or it fails, in summary. So it's supposed to be a hyper beam moment, but it falls flat. Makes sense.
Yes. There's another WoW one that does that.
I can actually think of one too. I'm curious if you...
I can't remember what it is, but
So
I
mine's
remember
done in
you
a
get...
dungeon.
I remember... I'm pretty sure mine is either in a dungeon or a raid.
Okay.
But you get a mechanic and it makes you big and you're supposed to be super powerful, but like you can't hit any of your buttons and you move super slow. But I don't remember what dungeon it is or what the boss is like or any of that. I just remember being big and slow and mad.
I have too
It
much
might
of a
not have
headache
been in
to
a
remember
dungeon.
that one. I'd have to think about that. But the one I had in mind, it's probably been a long time since you've done the Wrath quests, but there's a quest in Wrath. It's in the Sholazar Basin up here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, we got to stop the Scourge because they're invading down the slope. You remember that?
No.
Okay, so they're invading down the slope, and they're like, here, no problem, I'll give you this giant dude, and you're on the back of the giant dude, and he's like, oh, I'm going to destroy everything. And it should be a hyper beam moment, but your AoE attacks are like this big. And so you'll do your giant AoE, and then 2 guys will die, and you have to kill 200. That's a hyper fail moment. Where's my freaking microtransactions? Where's microtransactions? Oh, they're there. negative to music. It's just... Sure. Yeah, pretty much. So the actual first game we covered that had a hyperfail moment. Oh my god! Look how many padding negatives we've given.
19.
I think that's actually a record. We can actually check because it's all sorted. Nothing else even comes close. There's like a -5. There's a -4 down there. And then there's a -19. I stand by that. Anyways, it's a game called Wolfenstein New Colossus, I want to say. And there's this moment where you get on the back of a giant mechanical dog that has a flamethrower. Now, what do you think that section
Why
would be
is
like?
song different from music?
So, that's actually a really good question. That's a recent division. -9. So, there's actually 3 categories for music overall. There's the song itself just being enjoyable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then there's an individual song that is so good by itself that it stands out from the others to deserve its own. Usually like a song that plays during a really cool moment or like a specific boss fight or whatever. Then there's music direction and how it adds to the scene, how it's used to elevate like being in the wilds or the tragedy of the death or whatever, right? Seconds and minutes. Also, it's this game. This game. Okay. Now we've done the boring part.
Now we
Yes.
scroll all the way back to the beginning?
Kind of. So now we do the actual audit. Now this is, so, this shouldn't take long, because this is primarily, the audit is for the DLC. So I'm just going to go through these categories really quick here, see if any of these jump out at me. How have I given no negatives for cutscenes?
Because you didn't give any negatives for cutscenes.
Cutscenes are getting 3 negatives. In general, aggregate. We'll put that down here. I'll type up. Triple later. Cutscene incompetence. No. Doodads. Doodads, really good. 17 pluses to doodads. Almost the most doodad positive we've ever given. I stand by that too. Empty text, not the worst we've ever given, but it's up there.
You have a -14 to characters.
Yes, I do.
It's black.
Yeah.
That means it's a lot.
Yeah. No, there actually are cutscenes in this game. It's pretty much whenever they take control away from the character and force you to just watch something. And it's so bad. Tales of Arise, FF14, I think actually beats that on empty text. And I think that's actually it of the ones that are current. Persona 5 would obviously qualify. Okay, so no foreshadowing to speak of. Humor. Nope.
But you can keep killing the teleporty guys.
That's true.
That's funny.
That it is funny. No humor pluses.
Oh. I was trying to help.
You were helping. Thank you. Okay, so lighting. Nope. Localization. Moments. MSQ. Music direction. Outro pacing. Padding. Plot. Prime opt. Princess Peach sections, no. Secondary sound design, sprite work.
Is Princess Peach seconds the segments? I love you. You love me. That's what that means.
Kind of, but yes. A Princess Peach segment from a narrative perspective means anytime the camera leaves the main cast and goes and does something else in a good way or a bad way.
Okay.
From a gameplay perspective, it's anytime you do something substantially different from a gameplay perspective. Think, this is not a good example really, but think the Malagos fight in Wrath. When you have to be on the backs of the dragons. That would be a Princess Peach section. Sound design, no. Sprite work, I already thought about sprite work. I'm going to go with no. So I want to talk about sprite work briefly.
They don't have sprites.
No, they do. Sprites, so sprite work is the term, but it refers to like anything that's not the background. So you would be a sprite, for example, but this would be bricks. Make sense?
Okay.
And it's a good distinction because a lot of games have good one but not the other. This game is a good example of that. This game actually has pretty good brickwork, but its sprite work is terrible. And now that's been the Bethesda standard since...
But it doesn't have a negative.
Forever. And that's... I was about... No. And the reason why I wasn't going to give a negative for it is, believe it or not, I think this is the least bad Bethesda sprites we've seen in quite a while. So I think it's a pure on, just straight up neutral.
Somebody said they liked the dude's beard.
There was a guy's beard, but that's not enough for a positive.
Like a 0.5.
I think Skyrim might actually get sprite work.
It deserves a 0.5.
A 0.5. Okay, here we go. Let me invisibly type up the points. There we go. All right. I don't do micros. All right.
I know you don't.
Story sequencing, no. Storyboarding, no. Storytelling mechanics, no. Themes. What is the theme of this stupid game? Visual continuity already given you. Space. I mean, that is unironically the theme. Voice direction.
That's a theme.
That is awful. World building is awful. Writing is awful. Okay. Perfect. Let's go through gameplay really quick. This should be even faster.
It had 7 bugs that were bad.
That's still one of the better ones we've had of these games. Space is boring and tedious. I mean, it actually really is in real life.
You crashed twice.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Doesn't really apply. Doesn't apply. Is fine. There is none.
I like how it has a +1 and a -1 to fast travel.
Yep. I stand by that.
It is a net neutral. It has fast travel. Its fast travel sucks.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much exactly what that is.
You skipped 40 hours of gameplay. That seems like a late game negative.
That's actually going under something else.
Oh.
That would be going under...
A mid-game negative?
That.
Padding.
Padding.
Well, then it should be 20.
You know what? I agree. Hang on. No, I actually do agree. I really do. Because what is the core reason why we skipped over all the secondary quests, the last 3 quests of the game that we didn't do? Yeah, anyways. That is pure padding. All right, so where was I? Was over here somewhere.
At padding?
No, I didn't get to padding yet.
Mid-game.
There's no... it doesn't really apply in the strictest sense here. There is a New Game Plus. -4 to New Game Plus. Let's see.
Wait. No, you out options. You can't customize the vehicle, and it said you could. That's a negative.
That's a positive. You gave it a positive to options.
Well, I can't
There you go.
fix it. No, put it back.
I don't think that qualifies for a
It
full
does.
negative.
It said you could do it, and you couldn't do it. That is an annoying thing. Even somebody who liked the vehicle said it was bad. And that's an options thing. It says it was an option. It told you it had the option, and then it didn't actually have the option.
Colgrim's right, actually.
That's 2 negatives. That's 1 to option and 1 to the paying thingy. Go back to the other place.
I'm not giving it a negative for an absence of options on that.
No, the negative isn't the absence of options. The negative is it said you had the option and then it didn't actually let you do it.
So the problem with that is the only way to actually verify that would be to reinstall the game, because I've already uninstalled it, and fire it back up.
Fine.
No, hang on, though. I do like doing my due diligence, so let's check this out. The internet exists. Really? Okay, here we go. This might be what I want. Okay, so you can customize its colors. And not its wheels, which totally triggered trypophobia, by the way. Or whatever that's called. The fear holes thing. Now here's the funny thing. We do actually have a precedence for this category of negative and positive, actually. It's called load screens. I'm not sure where that is in this. It's somewhere.
Are you sure it's in gameplay?
Yeah. Well, actually, no, I'm not. That's actually an interesting point.
You know, there's this thing called Control F.
Yeah, but I didn't want to lose my place. Whatever. Okay, so it's not in story. Really? We do have a category for that. Really? We gave it to StarCraft 2. I remember that. So now, we could be done with the game, but my sister made me keep doing this audit. Hang on. So, what would that be under? You know what? Better way to do this.
I am doing good job auditing.
That's what the audit's for.
Mm-hmm.
Storytelling mechanic.
Okay.
Now the problem is that is purely a story thing. So under gameplay, that would be info in game if we had to bake it into another category, which we do.
There you go. I succeed! I have added a negative. Why are there X's and Z's?
Because I haven't finished the audit of those games yet.
Oh. You've lost StarCraft.
But what gained is Starfield. Now what's really funny about the info in game negatives, we've given one. Okay. Where the hell was I? I was over here somewhere. Padding, right? We were working up to padding.
Yeah, and you were that way somewhere.
No, I'd just done Princess Peach, which was right. Oh no, I hadn't done. I had just done mini game. That's what I was looking at. Yeah. Okay. Right, and New Game Plus, which was terrible, obviously. I keep finding new negatives. No, that's a 3. Okay, so here's the dealio. Let's talk about this. One of the things that I discuss a lot when it comes to game design is overworld design. And that's actually especially important in an open world game like this one. And this game has what I can only refer to as abysmal overworld design. The whole thing. The easiest way to showcase that would be to just go to some random planet, any of the procedural planets, and say, hey, and pull up the map. Now that we have a map, and you can see just how bad it is. We actually did that yesterday, if you're paying attention. There is a
How
near...
is there not a negative to pacing?
It's a good question. We'll come back to that, because we're still on the O's.
Is it because it's all in padding?
We're on the O's. We're staying in the O's.
Yeah, we're on the last O.
But we're on the O's. We're talking about overworld. We'll talk about pacing in a second. Because we do want to talk about pacing. We do. It's a good thing to point out. Yeah, no, there's an anti-overworld design to it. You're absolutely right. It's every...
Why are we still little? Why aren't we big yet?
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Actually, hang on. Let's compromise a little bit. There we go. Let's get rid of the Earth. I think it's... Oh. That's the Earth? No, that's not the Earth. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll get a lamentation. No. Other than the bespoke planets, of which there's only like 5, I want to say. Hang on. There's Centauri, Mars, Kila. I can think of 8. There are 8 bespoke planets. There's probably more. And then there's the other 4 of them. I actually did do a lamentation on this already. I stand by it. It's one of the last rooms I ever recorded. I think it actually is the last room I ever recorded. Anyways, and they're just flat. They're just flat terrains. They're giant rectangles with grid patterns of rocks placed on them. and
This one
occasionally
doesn't have grid patterns of rocks.
no, the one we were on didn't, but like the other 1,684 do.
Don't they have like AI things that can build those for you so that they're not just grid patterns
That's
of rocks?
what they did.
And that's what they need better AI.
Well, this game was made over 8 years, so they didn't have access to much. But anyways, so there's no way.
Has better.
Actually, yes, there's no way that I can properly give.
So just like load a
hang
Minecraft
on.
world and steal the overworld from it and build it that way.
My sister is designing games right now, live before your eyes.
I don't know how you actually like physically do that, but it seems like it would work.
Actually, there are programs to grab seeds, or even just generate seeds based on the algorithms that exist in Minecraft, because we've reverse engineered that years ago.
Yeah, that's why they have 50 billion like off-brand Minecraft mobile apps.
Yeah. So there's no fair way for me to review 1,600 planets, right? So I'm looking for some opinions from the crowd, because 1,600 plus planets are big, empty, flat block.
Do
Thoughts?
you go to them?
I've been to quite a few, yeah. The more you go to, the worse your save file gets, because it bloats it up.
That seems like a negative.
It is, and I've already given that separate negative.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. One negative for planet.
He destroyed Starfield.
That's true.
Does that count
It's
as
gone.
winning?
It's gone. There's nothing left. Actually, yeah. That's why that's a separate negative. The primary thing that they plugged constantly about this game, you could go and explore all the worlds, breaks your goddamn saves. Here. Since we're- I'll scoot this over here so you can see
I can
better.
read it over there. It is actually harder to read it over here because there's a glass in the way.
Okay, there. Well, now that...
You can build things on the planets.
You can, and I did, and gave it a negative because it's a terrible build system. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Blade Taval. This is a little bit different. Like, I know this sounds strange, but if this was, if there was somehow, let's use a more reasonable number, 10 planets, and all of them had terrible
Well,
overall
how many
design.
systems are there?
I have no idea. Can someone Google that real quick? How many systems are in Starfield? If there were 10 bespoke overworlds and they all sucked, I could see giving each overworld its own negative. But this is, it's wallpaper paste, right?
That seems like a padding thing. There are 120. Okay. I would say a max, there are 120 negatives. Instead of planets, because you could have one planet per system. There are 100, that's still a shit ton of planets, right?
That is a lot of planets.
You could have one planet per system that is copy-y. But that would be like where I was.
Pacing. So, 999 moons. Oh my god. Pacing. So, for those of you who don't know what this is, including my wonderful and amazing sister, gameplay pacing is how well it changes your gameplay loop as you're going through it. Dungeon, town. Or, sorry, no, I said that wrong. Town, dungeon, boss. Town, dungeon, boss, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think this game has what I would call good pacing. And we've already covered how terrible the combat is in its own category. So, I'm not sure if
I
it
feel
has
like WoW
pacing.
is going to get negative to that.
Maybe. We'll see.
Because there's such a, like, because you're so dependent on, like, patches coming. And then there's that, like, blank spot at the end where it's like, I'm just doing the same thing over and over and over again.
We actually do need to talk about the patch gap. In fact, I have an image saved for that.
Well, it's not just patch gap with that.
There it is. See?
It's patch gap, but it's also
Look at-
content that's locked.
Look at that. Actually, here's my favorite, Pandara. You remember that?
Yeah. That yeah.
460 days with no new patches or content.
Mm-hmm.
That's the actual current record.
Mm-hmm. I like how this only goes to Shadowlands.
Well, this was made when right here.
So we'll have to look up. But it's not, like I said, it's not just the patch gap, right? It's also content that's locked. That's flat locked behind different progressions. That there are people, like that was before LFR. If you weren't part of a guild that was raiding, you weren't seeing that progression. And up until like at the points at which progression stopped being locked behind different difficulties of raids, right? Like
they stopped
there were
that
dungeons
in Legion, I think.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's a long time.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're talking about this game. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. So here's my thoughts personally. Anybody wants to jump in, feel free as usual. But my thoughts is the pacing of this game is a flat wash. There is a variety of types of interactions and content you do. It's just all terrible. But the pacing itself is fine. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just there.
It exists. It feels like it flows at a normal pace.
Yeah, like
you're
really
not
do...
enjoying the shit that you're doing, but you aren't running into brick walls.
Yeah, exactly.
Or having to spend a day leveling.
Yeah.
In order to get to the next section.
14, excuse me. So yeah.
Yeah, that's actually what you being like. Yeah, no. Then I had to spend all day leveling.
Yeah, that really pissed me off. It's part of why I'm so damn behind right now. Let's see.
Well, no, you're so damn behind because somebody funded a game.
Yeah.
In the middle of something.
I blame Blade Torval for that, even though he didn't donate more than like $2 for it.
It's clearly Blade Torval's fault. Without that $2, it wouldn't
it's
have
Rax's
gotten
fault
funded.
because he donated $4 to that run. All right. Doesn't exist. Non-existent again. There's none of those. Scroll forward. Replayability. You know,
I don't think this is replayable.
I don't think, in fairness, I can actually give a negative to replayability. This doesn't have...
You didn't even finish the first play.
It's true, but it doesn't have like mechanisms that prevent or get in the way of replaying. It's
you would just start a new save.
And well, yeah, but like it doesn't do anything good or it does anything bad. It's just you can replay the game if you want.
Replay the game. Okay.
Yeah, so wash.
What is a raspberry jam?
Okay, so you might have never seen that, but let's imagine that the whole screen... Oh, it doesn't matter. The whole screen is the game, right? And all of a sudden, like, I've taken damage. So there's this red glow coming in from the outside of the screens. Actually, you can turn that off in a while.
You can, but it does happen in WoW.
That's true. And it's like, boy, you're low on health.
You're on fire.
You're low on health.
You're on fire.
Hang on.
I know what the Call of Duty one looks like.
Oh.
I have several friends that play Call of Duty.
Well, it's so terrible.
Yes.
And it's raspberry jam, because someone just smeared raspberry jam all over your face.
Yeah.
That's why it's called that. Anyways, it doesn't exist in this game.
Then why is there a negative?
Oh, that's for taking damage. That's the separate one.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that your health bar is the wrong color?
Well, plus you probably didn't see it too much, but every time I was going, and the whole screen would just flicker and like go blurry for a second. And that really gets in the way of things. Oh, yeah, it's also a reference to Spaceballs, obviously. What do you mean, what do you mean, Loke, if you don't mind clarifying? And while he's clarifying that, seconds and minutes, we already covered that. Secondary quests, we already covered that. There are no good songs. There's no good sound design. There's actually neutral sound design. There is no strategic layer to speak of. There's no starting options to speak of.
Terrain. You had to cheat because it was so frustrating to get around in the train. That feels like a negative.
Yeah. We're just gonna do that. All right, moving on. Crash time doesn't apply. Traversal we've already covered. One positive to traversal for the vehicle.
But you can't make it come to you, so wouldn't that be...
But it's still one positive.
But shouldn't there also be a negative associated with it?
That's the fourth negative.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
Yeah, the terrain literally doesn't work well with anything.
Reaper, you've been asked to explain your statement, and you have not yet explained your statement.
Loke is like, I'll never explain it. Unintentional skipping is the usual. That's the usual.
You can't and you can't?
Viscerality, visual continuity...
Do things look the same?
So that's actually an interesting one. So the answer is yes, but not within the individual thing. So I'll come back to that. Visual distinction is actually fine. Walkthroughitis is pretty bad. Yoshi Drum's non-existent. Okay. It's okay, Loke. I'll never forgive you. So the New Game Plus thing is its own thing. Those are New Game Plus negatives. That has nothing to do with replayability.
So Blade Travel is correct in that they were all covered under the New Game Plus category.
Yeah. Traversal positive for the booze pack. What do y'all feel about that? You saw me doing that. That's the...
I thought that was cheating.
No, that's just the booze pack. Sorry.
Is that...
Sorry, to clarify, when I'm going boom, 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 boom...
I know that's
cheating. But the... That's just in the game. I'm kind of torn on that one.
There are a lot of games that have that kind of mechanic. I'd say that does deserve a positive.
See, I'm kind of torn, because like Andromeda is an easy positive for that. Because, yeah, Andromeda actually has a legitimately good jetpack. And I can think of several games. Space Marine is another game that has a good jetpack.
It did seem useful. Like, you were... until you got just pissed off and decided you were just going to vroom vroom everywhere.
I mean, I do use the jetpack constantly in this game. It also means you can essentially avoid falling damage. It is annoying that you have to spend skill points to even use your jetpack. But...
So that does seem like a positive.
You know what? I'll give it a pity positive. Just for you, Sub-Zero. We'll call this the Sub-Zero positive.
Positive to jetpack.
Yeah, I should...
So you don't forget.
Yeah.
Because you will forget.
Because I'll forget.
Like,
I'll forget.
You'll be like, he'll be 3 days from now, he'll be messaging you and be like, Sub-Zero.
What was it? What was the positive? I don't remember.
Why did I give a positive traversal for you?
All right. Let's do our final calculations. Let's do
Yeah,
this.
Sub-Zero, that is an achievement, because even whenever I succeed through much arguments with him to get positives or negatives put in, I don't get credits for them.
That's true. Who are you again? Just gonna deal with this really quick. Okay, yeah, who are you and why am I in your house? Alright, final calculations, let's do this. Right, I have to do this weird, don't I? Okay, hang on. Because this is a DLC and we're tacking this onto the base game, and I'm not calculating a silver number. I'm not even bothering, nobody cares. Let's go ahead and do this. So... so let's do 31. 76. Oh, there they are. 28. 110. Okay. Go over here. Please don't fall. It's been doing that to me too.
It's because it's unlocked.
That would also explain it. That's 34.
Which is actually fine, except I wasn't prepared for it. I was not prepared.
Oh my god.
You know what we have to do?
What?
We have to watch all of the cinematics.
Oh, absolutely. Those are part of the review.
And we have to watch them as they become applicable.
Also true. Because I'm doing it per expansion. Of course, I don't know why I'm doing it with a calculator. Wow, those are some interesting numbers. Okay. Hang on one more second, please. All right. So, 32. I'm muted. Of course not, Hourglass. Elder Scrolls 6 is totally going to come out.
By the way, so how that actually went down is, of course. Wait, who was it to?
Hourglass.
Of course not Hourglass. Oh, wait, I'm muted. Of course not Hourglass.
Look.
My shirt.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's this kind of shirt.
Can someone do me a favor really quick and check what the most negatives we've ever given to a story and then to gameplay separately on this? I'll just check the site really quick and see which ones are at the cap right now. No reason. Wait, what? No, that's right. So negative 63 to story to other M. Okay. And then Secret of the Stars at negative 114 to gameplay. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to know. I apologize that I'm a bit slow today. Wow. Okay. Final numbers. So now, finally, I'm going to go and give you a story, okay? Savacom's probably not even here at this point.
Savacom, are you here?
She's not here. She left. She bailed.
Savacom, come back.
She Vulcaned out. She's secretly a Romulan. So something that I do.
You're not supposed to spin. Stop spinning.
Oh, hang on. Let me bracket. Something that I do semi. That's. Oh, there you go. Something I do semi-frequently is I do an occasional, essentially like a quadruple check of games on the list, especially when it comes up, right? Like when something catches my eye, or when a viewer brings my attention to something, or maybe it's just something that I'm not sure about, and I've had a thought, right? Now, the overwhelming majority of time when I do that, I notice either very, 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 very few changes, like, whoops, I forgot a positive, or this should have been a negative, or, you know, no changes are even needed. I just go through and yep, this applies, we're good. But I like to do those quadruple checks every now and again just to be sure, especially when it comes to things that matter. As we talked about earlier, it doesn't matter, like, in the middle of the pack, if this is 2 miles and 3 inches, this is 2 miles and 8 inches, and this is 2 miles and 15 inches, because it doesn't matter, right? Because the longest thing is 15 miles. But at the outliers, the top and the bottom, it actually matters going down to the inches. So I try to be just a little bit more precise when it comes to those. So, you know, the games at the actual top have been re-audited several times, and the games at the actual bottom have been re-audited several times. Except for 2. I haven't re-looked at Secret of the Stars on purpose, and I haven't looked at Starfield on purpose ever since both of those runs happened. And the reason why, first of all, is because they haven't been challenged, but second of all, I knew the Starfield DLC would be coming. And so I was saving it for this. So, I want to say, God, like a month and a half ago, something like that, I sat down and started looking over it. I looked over Starfield, and I noticed quite a few negatives that hadn't been given. Some of you already noticed that a lot of the negatives on the document don't sound like they're for the DLC. Those are the ones that I've already jotted down, that I had already jotted down, you know, a month and a half ago as part of that audit, right? It's like negative 1 through, looks like 36. Those are all part of the audit, right? And that's bigger than I thought. And I'm like, huh, that's weird. But it makes sense in hindsight. The Starfield run was very long, and we were very I'll take ownership of this. I was very distracted because we kept making fun of the game and commenting on how extremely bad it was. And so I kept making the same type of mistake. type of mistake is I'd jot down, this sucks, but I wouldn't actually flesh that out into a fully typed out comment or give the proper number of negatives for it. Make sense? So, for example, I had given 1 negative for character. 1. And I you know, so I'd go back and I caught that, and I'm like, oh, whoops. So that was an easy fix. But then I got to thinking, first of all, Secret of the Stars was a similar situation, because we were making fun that entire run. It was one of my best streams I've ever had. But I was spending more time trying to be entertaining than actually reviewing the game. And, on top of that, I noticed that, well, wrong direction. It's at the very end, right? So I want to be as precise with it as possible.
Can I have a Zeiss?
Sure. So I started going through.
Does Zeiss know that these are Zeisses?
Yes.
Okay.
He finds it quite amusing. So I went back and started going through Secret of the Stars. Now, a couple of you already noticed this change, because that's done and done as of this point. All that stuff is locked in and changed, and it's all updated. So Secret of the Stars, as of right now, is negative 603.48, which is what we in the business refer to as some next level terrible. Let's talk Starfield. So, Starfield's length was dragged up to 83.37 hours because this
Did you
DLC.
add in the 40
no, actually.
that you skipped?
And I'm not going to.
But there are.
And I'm not going to.
But there are 40
I'm not
additional
doing it.
hours of
I'm not
gameplay.
doing it.
But they exist.
You can't do that. You can't make me.
You have to tell how long the game actually is, not just how long you played it.
No, by definition, I only cover how long I played it.
Okay, never mind.
Well, so to explain that briefly, the reason that we cover our game time, and there are some micro adjustments I make to cover for things like cheating and time I spend chatting and yada yada yada. There's no
Vroom, 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 vroom?
yes, there's no proper estimation of a length of a game really. Like, there's no way to look at a game and say, oh, it's 32.68 hours, because
Everybody's different.
Exactly. So we just use our thing, and we standardize my playthrough time, because that way at least we're using the same general metric across all games. So that's why I do that. Anyways, so it goes up to 83.37 hours. I think that makes it one of our longest games, actually. Let me double check that. So Tears of the Kingdom is still at the top at 127. Then
got a hold of the phone.
oh god, you need
Can I have
another one?
another Zeiss?
Yes, you need another one. Okay. So Tears of the Kingdom is at the top, then Baldur's Gate 3, which is 104.
You know, I'm fully capable
Then the
of opening
Pokemon
those
games,
myself, right?
then Elden Ring, then Starfield.
So it's not the worst game you've ever played.
No, hang on, we're not there yet.
Oh.
So it is the 5th longest non-MMO I've ever played. It is also longer than Stormblood and Heavensward, and at the moment, Dawn Trail. So that's terrible. But hang on, let's keep going. So that's just the length. We're just one into this.
It makes squeakies.
Yes, it does. It is such a slog. And remember, we skipped a lot of side quests.
40 hours worth.
I mean, that is obviously an estimate, which is why I'm not jotting that down. I don't know how long it could even be longer. So, what was the worst? It was Metroid Other M, right? So what's Metroid Other M?
Did it end up getting a negative for I didn't even bother to finish everything because it was that bad?
Yes. So Metroid Other M has 63 story negatives and was the champ for a long time. Starfield has 98 story negatives. And I stand behind that. I'm not sure I can think of any game, whether I've reviewed it or not, that exists that could have a worse story across everything than this game.
Because not having a story is not worse.
Yeah, exactly. And most games that have bad story have a lot less of it. Right? And so this game has like absolutely atrocious voice acting across 80 hours of colossal amount of voice acting. This game has terrible characters. This game has terrible plot lines. This game has absolutely abysmal things. I should also mention, by the way, real quick, the story ratio is actually 20.48%, which probably doesn't sound very good. But for the worst story score I've ever given, that's actually impressively high. That means that 20% of the points I gave this game were positives. Now, obviously, anything below 50% is bad, but that also means I gave 1.18 negatives to story per hour in an 80-hour game.
It means every hour you had more than one negative.
Gameplay. I don't know where to start with this. Negative 109.
Can you do me a favor? Can you click on 204 so that it highlights that bar?
Where's 204?
On the left. It's the number that Starfield is on the spreadsheet.
264? Like that?
Oh, is it 64?
Yeah.
It's too far away from me. Thank you.
Completely. I didn't understand the nature of the request.
Well, it looked like 204. I could tell it was a 2 and I could tell it was a 4 and the middle number was circly.
So gameplay-wise, that doesn't go as far down as Secret of the Stars, but that is the second worst gameplay score we have ever given. That smashes past Metroid Other M and hello, there we go. Smashes past Dragon Age Inquisition, Quest 64, Kingsfield 4, Breath of Fire 2, Devil May Cry 2, Mega Man X7. Just absolutely blows past these. That is a ratio of 20.22%, which once again is actually surprisingly high for that many negatives. That means there are actually a decent chunk of gameplay positives there.
They're just way overwhelmingly more negatives.
That also means we were giving 1.31 negatives to gameplay per hour.
That's almost 3 per 2 hours.
To be very clear about this, because I know not everyone understands these numbers in a vacuum, in an abstract, the average gameplay positives per hour is closer to like 0.5. And this had over 1 negatives per hour in an 80-hour game.
An 80-hour plus approximately 40.
Yeah, plus whatever we didn't do.
Which means it would have been worse.
I'm just updating the entry in the genre list before I give everyone the bombshell. Can I get some drum rolls in chat, please? And from my beloved sister. Let's look at the golden numbers of every game, shall we? Let's just pull that up. So, let's start with the stuff that I would consider lamentation territory.
I like how even before the website has been updated, it was still the second worst game.
I know. Anyways, so
even before this audit,
the Lamentations category, these are all Lamentation games. These are all black territory, right? So at the very bottom of the list, we have Wolfenstein Youngblood at negative 154. Star Trek Shattered Universe.
I actually can't read the numbers, Grim, so don't quote me on that as being a was. I mean, it was a was, but it might still be an is.
We have Star Trek Shattered Universe, which is negative 160. We have Drakengard, which is negative 164. We have The Age of Sigmar, Realms of Ruin, which is a negative 171. Metroid Other M, which is negative 239. Kingsfield 4, sorry, Mr. Red, which is negative 252. Mega Man X7, which is negative 262. Quest 64, which, by the way, it is impressive how long that game has sat in the bottom 5. We did that a long time ago. That was not a recent review. Negative 288. Devil May Cry 2, yup, negative 309. And Secret of the Stars is negative 603.48. So, this game's final golden number is... See, now you pause for a moment to let the second.
I can't read it from here.
Negative
574.32, which means Secret of the Stars does maintain its negative first place position, and Starfield maintains its negative second place position, but nearly doubles the numbers that it had.
It also means that Secret of the Stars is roughly the equivalent of GTA 5, and Starfield is, well, I don't actually have a direct equivalent, but it's as bad as Twilight Princess HD is good. Now, I should mention something just for the sake of posterity.
Yes, that is what that means, Mana Brent.
I had no... Yes, yeah. I had no horse in this race, right? I don't
we
care.
need one more Starfield DLC, and then it will knock it.
It might. This DLC was crap.
You didn't even play the whole thing.
I know.
40 additional hours of gameplay. Just think about how many more negatives it would have gotten.
It's possible.
If you had shoved yourself through it.
No, so the last, hang on, two last things I want to mention here. Yeah, Starfield, like I said, I didn't have a horse in this race. I didn't want any given game to be the worst slot. I just did an honest and fair audit of both, and there we are, and we're cool. I'll look at the guessing game in just a second. But the second thing I want to mention, Secret of the Stars, I actually know a decent amount about the behind the scenes of both of these games. Secret of the Stars was made by a company who had never made a video game before, or an RPG before, on a system that had just come out, and they had no idea what they were doing, and desperately were just trying to cash in on a whole genre, RPGs, because that was when RPGs were taking off.
Conversely, this one was made by Bethesda, which is
Core
an
Bethesda
experienced...
team. The A-team.
Yeah, which is an experienced, you know, not just, you know, team, but also, like, company.
Took them hundreds of millions of dollars. We're not even sure the exact budget. It is over 200 million. We're not 100% sure the specific, but it's over 200 million. So it's gigantic budget, with all of the reach and power of both ZeniMax and Microsoft at their back.
So what you're telling me is they had $1,000 to go to the store and buy a wardrobe, and they came home with a jacket and some shoes.
And it
versus
took them...
the other one, which had $10 and came home with just the jacket.
Yeah.
They're both going to be covered.
Yeah.
But neither of them is really going to be able to function in society.
And it took them 8 years. 8 years of development time.
So they went to 7 different stores.
Yeah.
Versus the other one that just went to Walmart.
And they keep insisting this is the game they wanted to make. And like I said earlier, I believe them.
An ugly jacket.
An ugly, yeah, very ugly. I believe them. I have seen the interviews. I've seen them talk. I legitimately believe that they mean it when they say this is the game they set out to make and wanted to make. And they are happy with the result.
They're also very stupid.
It's sad. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. You have all the money and resources and power of God, and you put out this? I know someone right now, I guess I could say, because she's already said, Evo. Evo's making a game right now, on her own, in her spare time, with a free engine. And it is, without hyperbole, better than this drivel.
Ooh, I got a package.
Means I probably have a package too, because I had one today. My head really hurts.
You forgot to check the guessing game.
Oh yeah, thank you. Let's see. Nobody. Okay. I'm sorry. So.
Palmer is
normally I don't share these,
closest?
but Pitkiss guessed -10, Dragon Player guessed -50. This is precious. Sean guessed -75, Bragon was -78, Plutonia was -95. We had a few -100 range. Shadow Machine, Roman Cure was the first one to guess -200.
Then Shadow Machine bumped it by an extra 100. Then we have Grim at 400. Blade Turval's right there with him at 444. And then the closest we have is Palmer at
-500.
He was in the right range.
Yeah, you are within 100.
So congrats, Palmer. JP.
At some point we're gonna play WoW. Nope. There we go.
No. We're doing. You're getting class.
I'm not reviewing vanilla.
We are inside of the Until We Die.
Well, yeah, but I'm not reviewing the whole thing.
By the way, I can't do hardcore.
Why not?
Or Seasons of Discovery. It doesn't show up as an option for mine. So I need you to come up and look at it and see if I did something wrong.
I'll see you guys at some point.
We'll either be back. I don't even know what time it is.
We're not coming back in 25 minutes.
We're not coming back in 25 minutes.
Because I'm laying down. My head really hurts.
So we'll either be back at like 4 or we won't be back today.
Yep, one of the two.